Alrighty. Oh god, I told you to be silent. Fine. Alright, there we go. I think. Oh, computer's dying. Give it a moment. Hello though, hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I'm just trying to sort out the last couple of things I can. Computer struggling. Gotta give it a little bit of credit. But hey, you Sweep, hey, Jin, how's it all going? Alright. That should be working a little bit better now. Okay. I need to do the last couple of things and then we can get started with today properly. Because I gotta just finish posting the, like, I'm live bullshit. Which I'm sure some of you have been seeing and probably annoyed by over on the social medias. But it is a good architecture for advertisement. Yeah. I hope everyone's had good time so far. I would like to say I had a good yesterday, but that was a whole endeavor of pointlessness that I had to go through at one point, and it was frustrating. Okay. Should have everything sorted. Not annoyed at all. Fair. Which reminds me, Sweep, once my thing stops lagging quite so much, actually, I'm gonna just quickly hide you, and then hide you, so I can just turn some stuff off. Hopefully for reducing the lag overhead. Didn't you have the posting on Twitter automated? I have some parts automated. The live tweet is the tweet that I post out the moment I go live, so I manually do it every time. That's like one of my little, I've got to go do that because otherwise it doesn't feel right. And because I have to go post that, then the comment underneath, which is where I put the links for the stream, I have to then, like, wait for them to post, and then I can go, post that. Does that make sense? I can post to both accounts, more or less simultaneously. But no, I'm not gonna automate when the tweet for going live happens, because I feel like that's not gonna go well some points. Because sometimes I'll not be live. Like, today, I was live by, late by a couple minutes, right? Okay, computer. To be fair, actually, we gotta give the computer a bit of credit. I have a much bigger canvas to work with, so it is probably struggling a little bit. No, I was gonna show you something, Sweeb. I haven't tested it, but I'm pretty sure this is actually how the functioning works for this. We were talking about raid, like the auto shoutout. I'm pretty sure all you need to do is this. Is just have this go off. Because I'm pretty sure the shoutout doesn't actually turn up, as a message from memory, right? Like when you do the in-house shoutout, you can literally just have the streamer bot post that. And then because you were pulling the same data that you've already been pulling, you just pull the same username data that you have for the Twitch message for their URL, and that will give the thing. It is genuinely, I'm pretty sure, that easy. I see no reason why it wouldn't be that. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it should be that easy. Hey, Clap, how's it going? We'll try that. Yeah, like, it's... The best part is, it should be testable while you're offline pretty well, because while you're offline, I believe you can test the command and it won't actually trigger. I believe it requires you to be live to trigger it. Just chilling and consuming too much chocolate. That sounds like both a good and a bad time. Am I? I mean, I'm a little ill, but other than that and the frustrations of yesterday, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Have been focusing on a lot of things at the moment. Yeah, trying to tick as many boxes as I can. Very tired. Did try a new flavor of, what was it, fucking Monster yesterday? Because there was a new one that I saw at the store, which was Australian lemonade, or Aussie lemonade is actually its phrasing. Which, I'm not gonna lie, very not the big one for me. Dying for the 937th time this year. Oh fuck, I did see a new record that I think the UK just accomplished, by the way, which is that it's been raining for every single day this year. And I'm like, damn, that's gotta be just rough. Consuming the tiny fox. Wait, what are you doing, Jen? What? There. I also realized something. Did you guys ever end up seeing the final sketch drawing that I did for Yawa? I don't. I know I posted it to her. I don't know if I posted it anywhere else. And I don't know if she showed the final one that I did of it. No? Okay, give me a second to load this up. Don't think I'm eating the fox, but attached to it by now. That's honestly really fair. You put a good bit of work into it, and it was really adorable. Where is the piece? Fuck, did I put it there? So this was, to those that are curious, literally the moment Yawa's outfit got revealed to when I left the stream is all of the time I spent working on this piece. I'm just gonna close this because this is actually, again, this is probably lagging the computer a lot having it open. But yeah, this was this is what I did like while she was having her anniversary, even while I was on the call and playing the game with everyone. I was like writing my jokes for the game really quickly so I could keep working on this. Which is why, like, for example, the arms holding the glow sticks are so fucked up, because I was like, that shit was done in like minutes. That was done, like, all of that was done in like a couple minutes. But this is what we had. Which is why I kept demanding the reference sheet during the stream, which I did get it after her first break. So I could actually like start doing most of the stuff for it. But yeah, there you go, guys. You get to see. Also, if you want a like example of how, I think there was a point in time where in the chat, I commented on how intensely complex Yawa's eyes are. I'll show that when we get in a reference sheet of your character. It's a good question. No, we're gonna zoom in really close to the eyes, and you're gonna understand. These eyes, man. These eyes are something. A chair? When am I giving you a reference sheet of my chair? I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of parts of this that I wasn't very happy with, but like, I've just not... To go back and fix the things I'm not happy with is gonna take so fucking long. And I'm gonna have to just redo like half the drawing, so I'm like half tempted to just go, I am quite content with how it ended up in the end. For a piece that I drew over a few hours, just like while doing everything. Can't believe he can't read. Shut up. Look, I'm tired. Okay. Okay. I went to bed at like 11, 12 o'clock last night. I woke up at like 4 AM. Sue me. The fun of it is the spontaneousness of it. I don't think that's a bad point. Yeah, like, in a sense, I kind of agree. It's why I'm, like, half tempted to also just not get too anal about looking at it, because it's like, this was a piece drawn in a couple of hours from a reference that, like, a good chunk of the work done for this was done before I had the reference sheet, right? And I'm just, like, having to look really fucking close at the screen, going like, looks like there's a thing there. Oh, there's a... Like, the... one of the biggest parts the reference sheet taught me was that these are, like, things are like earrings, basically. Right? Like, that's one of the biggest things that the reference sheet gave me. In fact, I believe still in the sub view I have... No, not that one. I still have the reference sheet loaded. Yeah. And I was, like, looking closely at the eyes here, as you can see, to try and get the coloring right. Pausing the stream? No, that's the thing. I didn't want to pause it. So I'm doing it while Yawa's moving around. I'm like, fuck. Like, hell, to give an idea, the microphone was originally on the other side, and I'm like, ah, shit, that's not on the side that it's on for her. Ah! It's also why, if you look, like, really closely at how I've done the coloring in the hair, it actually looks really scuffed. But it looks really nice at distance. Same with the eyes looking not too bad at distance. Like, this is probably the most obvious. The yellow's not on the tip. The yellow's just painted in this area. Just happens to be near the tip of that hairpiece. Then also you can see how much there is like a flow over border of all of like everything. But you don't see that at distance. Screenshot the stream. I did for a while the reference sheet run off the screenshot I took of Yawa showing it on stream. And I'm just like, it's glowing, yeah. And it's what, yeah. So I did my best in a very short amount of time. It's also why like these shoes are scuffed as hell if you look at how that's done. I tried my best. I tried my best with such little timing. And it didn't help that like I had to leave early-ish because a friend was turning up. And he literally turned up, opened the door. I had to mute for a little bit and go like, hey man, I'll be with you the moment this game that we're running is over. And I felt very bad for that. For both, like, leaving Yawa at that point, and then also my mate having to be like, you gotta... Everything is so much better from the distance, yeah. It's, again, it's one of those things I'm starting to get a little bit better at, like, trying to recognize is... While tiny details are really great to do for the design, at the same time, getting hung up on tiny things being a little wrong is not worth the time and energy to try and fix sometimes. Because it's just, it's not good. It's not necessary. Call me handsome when viewed from a satellite image. Same though, same. But yeah, so that was the piece. That's why I'm like, I'll show you guys, because I don't know if Yawa showed the final piece, because obviously playing games and stuff. Did you draw a tiny Among Us somewhere in this piece? I did not, no, because I have standards. I'm trying to even think if there is actually any joke reference thing here. I think one of the most, like, munted up parts that I did think was really funny is that if you've actually looked at Yawa's design, the understrap has a little fox drawing, and I tried my best to replicate it, but, like, you can only do so much when you've got, like, this smaller space to work with. So it's just, like, it's doing its best. Some pen lines, yeah. Of drawing a tiny Among Us, then zooming out, like, through 30 seconds. Yeah, like, drawing a tiny Among Us in the eyes is the big one. I know that, like, again, it's one of those things of, if this drawing was probably a little bit larger, I could probably get away with just straight up drawing an Among Us as one of these pixels. Also, do you want to know how I did these eyes? It's so fucking funny to me, right? Because the eyes are literally, I went over to her eye color here. I grabbed the most potent by, like, eyedroppering it. Potent colors, drew them in those areas, and then I just blended it. You can see exactly that being the case when you look at it like this. But, again, the moment we go a little bit of distance, it's like, no, that actually comes together quite nicely, especially on that, like, the green eye. Again, the sheer humor of how this piece was me sketching and doing stuff way too fast and way too, like, speedily, but finding ways to make it work at the end, right? Like, one thing as well that you're not going to notice until it's pointed out, but you're going to notice it now forever. So in Yawa's ears is the fluff, right? Let's zoom in a moment and just have a realization that, like, look how poorly blended it is. You didn't probably click to that. How big is this canvas? I think it's 3,000 by 4,000. But, like, now that you see the ears like this, you're gonna see that fluff like that. And you're gonna be like, oh my god, why did you not, like, do that better? And that is one of those ones that, again, the more I zoom out, that doesn't hide it, but you're not going to immediately notice it when you're just looking at the piece. And it's really funny how much of that is how I've handled things. It's because there's so much other stuff that's detracting you from it. And that's, again, going back to what we were just saying, that's the thing that you need to understand when doing some of these pieces sometimes, is they don't need to be perfect, because they just need to be able to accomplish everything you want it to be. Anyway. Pick up a blender tool way earlier than I should have, yeah. So of course, obviously, like, that's a really cool showing of that outfit, and of course, now, to get it, y'all that know me know that I do sketches before stream, and you can also see that there was 2 illustrations to start today. One was the funny haha me writing the, this VTuber is silly. But there's another one. Now, who would say that there is a specific Fox individual we know that would bully someone into doing more art? We wouldn't know anyone like that, right? So of course, we wouldn't have any quick sketches towards that, would we? That Simpson meme with the back of the guy is just clips with all of the fat. Yeah, pretty much. Homer with all of the oh, what are those clips called? They're the ones you use for documents normally, right? Yeah. No, there's definitely no way that I would have been bullied into doing more art for Yawa. Not at all. I'm not gonna leak DMs. Yeah, no, I may have just, like, sat there this morning looking through, like, poses that I have in my, thing. Google Docky time? No. But poses in my list, and I was just like, I really like the idea of doing one of those, like, falling, slippy, sort of, like, circular ones. But obviously there's not that much that, like, fits, Yawa's body shape that I had available, so I had to really work quite hard to find something that worked. And did this. No, I'm not starting nothing. I would never. I would never. But yeah, so this was something I think this took me like 30 minutes to get right. Which is a long time, by the way, in terms of like me doing sketches in the morning. Trying to get like an idea down. And I'm still like very early prototype. I'm gonna be honest, this hand pisses me off because I just can't seem to get it right. I don't know if I want it to be lower so it's like on over the chest, or if I want it to be like Himedere sort of laugh to it. I don't know. Because I could just simply lower the hand. And it would probably look fine. Like, we take this piece here. And do something like that with it. Right? Put a paper fan thing over mouth? I could do that. I don't know, I like having the cheeky smile that we have there for it. I don't know. Because yeah, it's basically, we either stick with where it is currently, right? Here, which gives it like Himedere almost thing. Well, yeah, that's what exactly that, right? Clap is like the current place it is like almost laughing at you, right? It's like, oh, you're pathetic. Whereas like the slightly down like this, it's a little bit more like, I don't know, it gives it a little bit more of a cutesy sort of vibe to it. So that's why I'm like, I don't know which one I like more. It's a hard one. Hey, you Flash, how's it going? It's going alright. Yesterday was a pain in the ass and I'm a little ill, but, you know, outside of that, not too bad. Not too bad. Do the laughing one? Okay, you guys want it as it was originally, where it's the Himedere laugh? Like that? Actually, there's a hell of a tale to talk on that one, where it's the idea that she's slipped, she's falling, but she's still, like, going at you. I don't know. There's a charm to that. So you're drawing Yawa? Yeah, I am drawing Yawa. I was definitely not bullied into drawing more Yawa. You can easily loot that. I mean... No, I'm not looting my friends outside of request. And I'm pretty sure Yawa wouldn't want that. Bug, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure I could convince. I'm pretty sure I could go, hey Bug, would you want me to draw your character pornographically? And I'm pretty sure I would get a very resounding yes. Bug eludes win. I'll ask her next time I see her. God damn it. I need, where is my other reference piece that I was looking at? Yeah, it's gonna be something like that. Then the bar is that they started first. Look, I stand by. It's my rationale I've said before of... I'm the wrong color. I don't like drawing lewds of people that don't like it. And it's why I also never draw characters in... like, lewd relationships that haven't, like, condoned it normally. Or haven't, like, actively said no, at least either. But that's kind of my thing, is like, if you've not said no, it's hard to determine it. But if you've explicitly said no, then of course I'm not going to. When is the next time I'm seeing Bug, though? I don't know. I know... I'm not gonna say when, because I don't think that's in my space to say. I do believe we have RV the year coming up at some point. But yeah, Fluff having art guidelines, I remember saying that. Yeah, probably, which again is why I'm like... I'm not going to touch lewd unless it's specified as okay, but I also think of it like this. I don't really want to draw lewd art of a friend without an effort for that, right? Degree in graduating university is the meme, which I realize makes me have a mini heart attack to write. Is that what's going to be in this hand down here? We're just gonna have, No, I'm not doing that. I'm not giving you any more anxiety than I need to. It's like making fan fiction and shipping real people, which is icky to me. Yeah, like we've talked about this before. So as an example point for this, I have on my computer some art that was done of Mint and Doki doing illicit things together, right? And that's one of those situations where, like, I was literally sent a clip of those two asking for that by the person that wanted that piece, right? Specifically, I was asked for it, and I was given evidence that they have said it's okay. That point in time, I'm like, cool, I'm going to try and detract in my head kind of how much I know of those two, but also at the same time, within that context, draw the thing, right? Imagine Mel just comes in and randomly goes, hey, can I lewd you? You just flicker a message on Discord. I fully agree, but the Fujos even ship F1 drivers, and that shit's the funniest shit. To be fair, you're not wrong. There is a hilarity to some of that stuff, but like that's the point though. Is like at the end of the day, I want to stress there is a consensual nature to that sort of stuff, right? Like, if I was to do art of an individual that does, like, was it Crony has actually come out saying that they don't like seeing lewd art. They're not going to stop people, but they're not going to, like, actively want it, right? And they want it in, like, an off tag. And I'm like, see, now that there tells me, like, I kind of don't want to do lewd art of Crony now. Because I'm going to have that in the back of my head of like, well, it's not really appreciated by the individual. Whereas, like, by comparison, I'm not going into details of it, but like, Mel has seen my lewd art of them. And that's led to interactions. And I'm like, that's really weird. That's really weird in my head that you're like, I'm so happy about that. I'm like, how am I supposed to respond? Alright, let's start doing a cleaner sketch, I think, now. Because this took me out a while to do, so I'm quite happy to start actually moving this forward more. But yeah, no, I do apologize if I use my big words necessary. The point is that it comes down to, smile and wave, yeah. Smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. Hey, I know the penguins of Madagascar. People like Crony exist and people like Ollie exist. You gotta respect both. Exactly, right? Like, if I ever have the itch to draw a VTuber pregnant, I know who I'm going to, like, draw fan art of. If that ever happens. But, like... Can we... Okay. Following Ollie on Twitter, by the way, can I just stress, is one of the most, like, wildest things that tells you how little you can look at your Twitter sometimes in public. Because... that girl doesn't just, like lewd art of her or retweets it. She comments underneath. It's wild. Also, hey, you devil. How's it going? Time for the Ollie Prego part. Please tell me I'm not gonna have to draw Ollie... You guys are gonna have to pay me to draw Ollie pregnant. Look, drawing Ollie pregnant, really funny idea. Really don't want to just do that. Male pregnancy Malith. I'm not going to draw myself imprig. No. How much? Probably my normal standard going rates. Do you know of the clip with Ollie and Aurora? Not off the top of my head, but I'd probably have seen clips with those two. It's because those two are fucking funny. Here's a limit. Look, I stand by, right? I openly acknowledge this. I have no fucking shame. But I have points from like, look, I need it. God fucking damn it, Claire. I didn't find your DeviantArt, so I don't know the standard. Okay. I'm actually gonna have to do the math out. If I was to do Ollie Prego, it's a style I've not dealt with because I've not really drawn a character pregnant before. So it's going to take me a little bit of extra time. I would probably hesitate to say it's probably a 2-3 day task, so I would say $200-300 New Zealand dollars. I'd probably try and find a way to minimize that, though. I'd probably go down to like 200 at most. And I would just somehow rush it through and get the work done. Welcome to how I do the... Again, okay, you guys want to know how I do my calculations for art, by the way? Posted the clip on Discord. I'll have a look in a sec. I can show you guys how I do the math for that. I'm going to use Paint because it's easier to draw in at this point, because my computer doesn't like opening up too much with the illustrations. Right. So I'm gonna, you guys are gonna have to understand, I'm gonna explain this mostly in NZD, and then I'll do a like New Zealand dollar, and then I'll translate it to like USD to try and make it a bit easier. So in New Zealand, our minimum income is, I think, about $23.40 an hour. I kind of math it on about $24 to $27, depending on the piece, per hour. And then I literally just do the hourly rate against that. So when I say, like, I could probably do this piece for about $200, I'm basically saying about, like, a 9-hour piece. Like, solidly working 9 hours. That's why I say, like, 2-3 days. That's why I went to 200, 300 initially. Because it's, like, realistically, I could see this going over 10 hours. As a difficulty. Too slow to clip command, Mel is saying heinous things. Keep in mind, it captures a minute and a half after the clip goes off. So once you right clip, a minute and a half before that, it's captured it. So while the clip might not show it, I can edit it to show a lot. You've got quite a bit of leeway with it. And at worst comes to worst, I can also see it and then see where it was in the VOD and then go pull that later. Right, where is this clip that I want to see with Ollie and Aurora? I just see the thumbnail and I'm immediately like, I feel like I know where this is going.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
Since this is your channel, I don't want to accidentally say something that makes you uncomfy. How are you with pregnant and baby jokes?
Do I have to draw you pregnant?
Look, I want to say mad respect to Ollie going like, look, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I don't want you to like feel like this is not okay. So I'm gonna like ask. Mad respect there. Then mad respect to Aurora just absolutely clapping back with her. Do you want me to draw you pregnant? I love Aurora. Fuck it. She's so funny. She's so fucking funny. She's so talented as well, but gosh, she's so fucking funny. No, I was actually talking about this with Yawa the other day, is some like Gigi and all that, like, or Gigi, sorry. Absolutely love some of the energy of the like more recent Hololive EN girls. Like that, it really feels like Hololive's really letting people have a little bit more freedom in their person and willing to get people that are a little bit more eccentric for the fact that like there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, it's actually sometimes the best stuff. Because I don't think anyone's gonna actually deny Gigi's like, I can't think of Holo Ian anymore without her is like in one of the forefront in my mind. Which says a lot about how, admittedly, they've been around for a lot longer than we will want to admit, because the moment we admit to that, we realize how old we are. But genuinely, she hasn't been around for that long, but she is like so important to the image in my eyes. That's what even Fortunes and Hollow, yeah. Gen 1 launched 3 years ago, right? Oh, don't. Please don't say a number, yeah. It's like, oh. It's literally that one meme. You know the meme I'm thinking of. Give me a second. Ignore that all dying, by the way. This one meme. It's literally this. It's literally the... How do we tell him? How do we tell him? It's 5 years ago and it's insane. This is genuinely, you could make a meme about this where it's like me thinking Gen 1 was only the like couple of years ago, and it's like, who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him that Gen 1 came out as COVID started? Nobody tell him. She's always fun, but not always allowed to fully release the beast, yeah. No, I'm glad that they're having a lot of fun though now with everything. Hey VTubers, how's it going? Okay, so there was a flower. How detailed am I going to be able to get this? probably not going to be able to do, like, an extreme amount. And girls are more likely to test the boundaries more often, which might say something. Yeah. It's why I say, like, we've heard a lot about stuff behind the scenes changing, for the better or worse, right? But it is good to see that, like, while things might change, there's some changes that are, like, just wholly beneficial in my eyes. Which is some of the freedom that we are seeing, right? The whole file. Yeah, I'm, like, looking at this and I'm like, I think I'm gonna just try and do something along the lines of this with it. Do that, and then... Honestly, okay. So welcome to one of the best parts about art, guys, right? We've got two choices in front of us right now. I could have the, part of the trail off, flick up, like this, off of it, right? We could do this with it. The flower. Or, are you ready for the other idea? We just don't do it, as because it's fall behind the other side of the head. And we don't see it. Welcome to the best part with art, where you can just choose to not do shit. It's like, no, the angle says you don't do it. Now, could you say that's me skimping out a little bit? Yes, you could. But also, fuck you. Do it, you coward. Don't fucking... No. Don't you pull that shit out. I don't want to do it. Just of the ornament. Like, that's the... Again, welcome to art. With this. This is one of the things that, again, I want to stress. There are a lot of valid complaints to, like, no, you've got to do the full piece, or you've got to do this or that, right? At the end of the day, no, you don't. You don't have to do jack shit. What is good to do is still putting in details when you can, right? Like, the correct thing to do is to still probably try and do those details, especially having those little bits. I cannot stress enough, the correct thing to do with them would be to do exactly as I said, like, have them flick up a little bit in the general motion of it. But both are valid approaches. And at least for this very moment, I cannot be asked doing that little trail of it. I'm already getting bullied into making art. I feel like I'm allowed a little bit of leeway for my own thing. I would pay you money to hide a pair of dumbbells in this art piece were it not commissioned. It's not commissioned. I've just been bullied into making art. Where do you want the dumbbells? I'm getting bullied to make the art. I'm gonna bully back. Where do you want the dumbbells? Do you like my energy of like, this isn't commissioned? We can do this. Okay. What if, right? Dumbbell... How big of a dumbbell do we want? Because like I could do one that's kind of like the ones I have. For like 4 kgs or something like that. Or we could do like the small ones. Just randomly there. It's like, wait, why the fuck is there just a dumbbell all of a sudden? Never drop the buff fox jokes. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, there was a very, very close moment where I was just gonna straight up draw Yawa in a Yakuza outfit for that meme. It's like, you want fan art? Okay, here's some fan art. Trains on a cliff, slips, sees the camera, hits a cute pose. You know what? That's pretty solid headcanon for this, I'll be honest. There we go. The fluffiest criminal. Is this what gossip feels like? Yeah, I can't, honestly, this is one of those streams where I'm like, I dread when Yawa actually, like, if Yawa actually turns up. Because how am I going to explain, like, half the shit? need to remember. So she actually has quite thin. Only the flick at the end. There we go. Pull up my mod view of viewers on stream like a hawk paranoid. It's a 67% chance Yawa's already watching from the darkness. Wait, let me check something. Nah, there's no chance. I just looked if Yawa's alive right now or not. I don't think Yawa is at their computer. I'm pretty sure I'm safe. Famous last words. No one who said this quote in the movies ended pretty sure I'm safe. Alright, look. Shut up. You're not wrong, but shut. You think it's gone? Like, oh, the monster's definitely gone. It's moved past us. Proceeds to then just get immediately grabbed from off screen. I think we lost it. Immediately. Just not even a second break. Just me or the eye's not right. I feel like this is supposed to come down a little bit further this way. And be like... slightly bigger. That's not aligned. Like it's gotta be rotated. Oh yeah, I haven't actually saved this. I probably should save this before I forget. much it's lagging. That's a little bit better. Still could probably be a little bit higher. Alright. Up. Yeah, it's about right. Still, it feels a little small. Zoom out more so I can work with this a little bit better. Yeah, that's looking better. Okay. I mean, I guess this does start, like, opening up the question, what fucking other VTubers and shite do you guys want me to do? Because, like, now that I'm just, like, showing, I'm just straight up just doing whatever. Doing stuff for friends, because I get bullied. Who should be the next VTuber we do? Do I smell free art? If I like the suggestion, I'll do it. It's my short answer. I'll always leave it at that. You can get free art out of me if you can convince me enough for the idea. I'm no stickler. I have my things that I'm like, yeah, I want to do that actually. Not enough Oji-san artists. Not in their portfolio. It was difficult trying to find someone on Skip. Yeah. Admittedly, it's one of those things, and I understand kind of why, that, like, you don't tend to do that art because it doesn't feel like it's appetizing or sellable, right? And I know how that sounds, but, like, this is the main thing that we've talked about this a numerous amount of times. Why do I do pornographic art for the most part with a lot of the art that I talk about that I do for commissions? It's because that's what sells, right? It's not because I'm like, yahoo, I'm doing porn. Don't get me wrong, there's moments where I think that a little. But for the most part, don't forget that, like, art's, in the no way of nicely saying it, a lot of artists are looking at art to sell art, right? They enjoy doing art, but it doesn't stop the fact that at the end of the day, art's to be sold, right? For a lot of that sort of stuff. So it becomes a tragic difficulty of why perfect a skill that's not gonna probably get you anywhere near as commissions as doing what everyone else does, in a sense. Which by that argument as well, like, you, right there, it's like, but wouldn't that also mean that you arguably are less likely to get commissions because you're not diversified and unique? Yeah. Welcome to the eternal struggle for artists. How do you make yourself, like, a unique brand, but also, at the same time, not make yourself so hyper-unique and niche that you don't get to do stuff? That's a decent hand. Yes, I'm in the minority. I don't blame them. It makes me difficult to judge their sense, so it's actually gacha. Yeah, that's fair. I saw as artists doing a discount if they receive a commission for specific characters they like. Yeah, and that's a great way of doing it as well, right? Like, that's kind of, in a sense, what I'm saying right now is like, oh, you could probably convince me to do free art of certain things because I'm just like, yeah, no, I'll do it. It's like, are you guaranteed free art and or like a discount? No, but like it's now an option where you're like, you know what? I actually really want to draw that. So the fact that I'm getting like paid a minimum amount potentially for it makes it all the much more tempting. Also, everybody be careful. I think Yawa might be alive now. I have an inkling. Is around the time she gets online. Yeah, and it's not because I totally saw some activity on social media. Nobody say a word. What do we think? 9 and 9. Yeah. We're gonna try and stay as zoomed in as possible, and we're gonna try and like find somewhere on the reference sheet that doesn't give it away. Think I showed you the reference board, right? You may have. I apologize that admittedly this is one of those times where I'm like, I think my memory's bad, so I'm not going to be able to tell you if I remember off the top of my head. and is good, pose is good. I'm actually really happy with the pose for, like, admittedly it did take a while to get it, but, like, for just an idea I had towards it, not too bad. Especially when there's not, like, great references for this kind of body shape. How zoomed in do we need to be to hide what we're doing? Yeah, no, the old man apparently has bad... You know, that's the thing that okay. Stark real moment for a moment, and I apologize for the, like, slight mood down bring this might be. You know what's been really upsetting? Is, so memory was always something that was, like, really, like, the top of the line thing for me. Like, if I was tested on anything, memory was normally the thing, both short-term and long-term, that I was, like, some of the best at. Now, admittedly, there were certain things that I would screw up a lot. Names were a big one for me. Names were always something I struggle with a lot, and I do apologize for that for people, but genuinely, like, being able to retain someone's name, not something I'm good at. But everything else, pretty decent. You guys have probably seen at least a little bit of evidence of that. Me remembering random facts, and all sorts of tidbits and stuff like that. So, for the little real moment we'll have now, I have been told by my doctor that my memory is progressively now going downhill, and, like, I've already started noticing how bad it's gotten sometimes, and it is the most frustrating shit in the world for me. Imagine being one of the things that, like, is integral to your person, and it's just no longer something that you can just, like, go, yes, I can rely on this. It hit a lot harder than I was actually expecting when I was told it. I can't give you anything for it. A bullet to the head is about it. Welcome to getting older. It's, again, the simple fact is I am at an age where that stuff does kind of affect you a little bit, and because I've got so much wrong with the rest of my body, it's going to affect me sooner than it, and more harshly than it may affect the average person. Feel the same if a doctor told me I'm now a bad Redditor. What? Hair's deep? Yeah. No, it's that's why I say, like, it's not something I like bringing up on stream because it just is a sour mood moment. But the topic just was there and I'm like, I should probably make a joke at that at least. Again, it's I don't mind it all that much. Ironically enough, say what you want of this, I kind of forget it being an issue. Yeah. Take from that statement all you wish. Because, again, it's the welcome to the harshness that is life sometimes for people, is stuff happens and it's not whether it's fair or not, it's that it's happened. Right? Alzheimer's, just forget about it. Exactly. Exactly. Clearly my course of action in this situation. Apparently it's gotten a lot worse as well recently because of how often I've been falling unconscious and shit. Apparently I've been really consistently low blood oxygen. So I'm like falling over because my heart's been having such a hard time recently. And I'm just straight up losing days to not remembering anything that happened. And I found out about this the other day when talking to Noxie and found out that I had fallen down more than I realized. Not fun. Not fun whatsoever. Damn, yeah. But, again, like, we make the joke of, like, what VTuber doesn't have some shit like this going on, right? As long as you have people you love around you, it's less worse. Yeah. Again, I'm alive. I am living a relatively happy life at the moment. Don't get me wrong, yesterday was an example, and the day before was an example of some of the bullshit that I have to deal with, but like... I don't care enough. Takes me back to my nursing home volunteer days. God, I fully... So I worked as a kitchen hand at a rest home. That shit's like a whole endeavor. The one I worked at was also like a dementia care specialization. So the vast majority of people there had dementia. It's hard, man. So Enya comment about having neurological damage from a recent seizure. Then she responded to a post of Neuro mentioned and a picture of Neuro Sama. That's about right. No, again, it's that thing of like, I only bring these topics up in a way that I can pretty much go, look, we'll have a slight serious moment for it, but I do kind of want to like make light of it to an extent for both my sake and your guys' sake. Because it's not... Again, it's good to be honest about this stuff. It's good to acknowledge this stuff happens and exists. And is just how, in a sense, almost all of us have some things that we have to deal with in our day-to-day life that sucks complete ass. And is just depressing when you think about it too hard. So just don't think about it in that kind of way. Now again, you still need to process it and go through it emotionally, but you know, it's okay to make a little bit of light of it sometimes. Say those were the most fluffy old fellas I came across for real. Yeah, no, there's some, like, again, I talk about this a few times, like, while we all make the joke, Malith the old man, that was the place in my life that really helped cement how young I actually felt. Like, I finally felt young, with stuff, because everyone I hung out with, even people that were older than me, it always felt like I was just all of this stuff. No, meeting some of them, I got to understand, like, no, I'm young. I'm under 50, that means I'm young. And if you're over 50, that just means you're middle-aged, right? Which means that I've been told I'm a very positive person to be around when you're starting to have, like, disenfranchisement from age, because I tend to be super positive. Upset volunteering is not mandatory for school kids. Look, I stand by, and I know a lot of people hate this, but, like, this is also one of those ones where, like, if you've worked in this industry, you'll immediately go, no, I agree. I am still of the belief that working customer services job should be mandatory for every person. Because I genuinely feel that the vast majority of the people in the world will become better people if they've had to work in that kind of role. I'm not saying everyone will, I will say very much the vast majority though, I think. The most spry old man I know is my grandpa, yeah. He was born in 1990, an old person. I mean, what was the one that I saw the other day? I think it was you guys posted it. It's like the last person born in the 1990s, or like in the 90s, and it's only 90 kills would remember, and then just dies. And I'm like, I'd 100% fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest with you, Cheap. I would 100% do that. Only 90 kids will remember. Ah! Yeah, if posted, yeah, there you go. But yeah, no, I fucking loved that. It's so fucking true. It's one of the most, like, annoying memes that, like, my generation have, that they consistently keep bringing up. It's like, only 90s kids will remember. It's like, fuck, even I get pissed off at it, but, like, it's also really true. Hey, Banky, you're a failure? How are you a failure? How dare? You're doing fine. But how's it going, Banky? No one is a failure. Unless you get in charge of a country and then proceed to make it actively worse. No recent current events are indicative of that statement, by the way. I would never get political. I wanted to beat and record remake, but either we're going tired or I played Dispatch. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. That's not failure. That's key. That's taking care of yourself and getting depressed because you have work. We all deal with that. It's fine. If I'm doing well, I'm doing well enough, right? That's the important thing. Like, 90 kids will remember talks about a show that came out in 2005. That's the worst part, is that's 100% true. Dude, only 90s kids will remember talks about Shrek. It's like, wait, what? Positive affirmations, old man art stream. I'd like to think that that happens fairly frequently. So I feel like I'm a relatively positive person, and I like to see the best in things. Because I know not everyone does, and that's because the world sucks sometimes, and it's really hard to see the good things in the world. Let's be honest, it happens. Thing. I have so much footage as Maxwell, god damn it. Why are we talking Shrek? I mean, Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Oh, we're just talking about, like, the joke of 90s kids will remember sort of thing, and it's just the fact that, like, yeah, no. Sometimes that's, not actually a 90s thing. Only 90 kids, be strong. I think that might be one of the earliest I remember of a hype fad product. Yeah, it sounds about right. A friend who is 2 years older than me. He was born in 1999 in December, and he always uses the 90s kids will remember all the time. That's the thing. I think the people that use the only 90s kids will remember the most are like the people that are just barely 90s kids. Right? Because they're just like trying to be accepted by the group. It's like, no, I was born before the 2000s. Oh yeah, by how much? Like a couple of days? Bill Cosby? Okay, well that one's... Way too many kids are gonna remember Bill Cosby for the rest of their lives, let's be honest. Legends of the Hidden Temple, goddamn. Nickelodeon Slime. I had forgotten about this. Why am I getting... Alright. Okay, yeah, I was... Respond to that later. Foot. Calm down, guys. It's only a foot. Made it weirder, so we got a few despite having no clue what it was about. Yeah. Yeah, I love, yeah. No, dude, you know the series that just like came to mind that I kind of missed was it Brainiac by Richard Hammond? Kind of missed that series. That was like modern day Bill Nye the Science Guy kind of energy. I still remember watching that. I think it was on the weekends or something. And I'm like, isn't that the Cars guy? I remember watching Top Gun. Bill Nye the Science Guy. So, okay, here's some heresy moment. Here in New Zealand, we don't really have Bill Nye. I think I've watched, in my entire time while I was at school as well, like 2 Bill Nye episodes. Right. Like, a lot of the, like, science icons from my supposed age bracket, they're not science icons to me purely because they just didn't get to New Zealand. Like, Blue's Clues got here, but fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy couldn't. What the fuck? Uncle was an airline pilot. Paid him cost and sold him markup at school. Damn. Mr. Rogers. I do remember Mr. Rogers a little bit. Blue's Clues was a big part of my childhood. Same. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Like, I even actually had one of those little handy dandy notebooks. Like, I actually owned one. And everything. I fucking loved that shit. No, Thomas the Tank Engine was like most of my childhood though. I loved trains when I was a kid, which God tells how much I was going to be an autistic child, huh? Like, holy. I don't know if you can get more autistic than liking trains. It was a fun notepad. It was. I wrote so much random shit in it. Brainiac, yeah. Thomas was a big part of my childhood. Yeah, no, Thomas is great. I still remember, like, off the top of my head, like, full-blown episodes I had on tape. Right? Like, one of the episodes I remember the most, was the one where he gets trapped in the tunnel. You guys remember that? And then, oh, no, not on the tunnel. It's, like, off to the side of the track or something like that, and he has to wait for Diesel to save him, I think it was, because he's the only one that's, like, got the pull strength. Yeah. I had the toys and I replicated that scene myself. Fucking sick, man. Dude, I still remember at my own mother's graduation ceremony. Which, again, not a bitch, but this is still a funny story. I still remember the photo that was taken by one of her friends. And it's a photo of her up on stage, getting the degree. And then it's a photo of me not sitting on my chair, playing Thomas the Tank Engines on my chair, sitting on the floor. It's like, I fucking knew it was important, alright? There's also a photo, I believe, of me up a mountain and, like, this demanding to go back into the car. So I could go play with my Thomas toys instead of being in the cold snow. Look, don't ask. I was a dumb kid. There's a few locations, and I still remember them, around my hometown, where I would believe Thomas the Tank Engine was on the other side. Because it was a hill and I couldn't see on the other side, so Thomas the Tank Engine must be there because I want to go there now. I still remember that. And to the extent that, like, I have walked past those areas and gotten flashbacks to that remembrance. It's wild to think about, like, how dumb I was as a kid sometimes. Outside the house, I constantly stuck them in my pockets. Oh, I'm pretty sure I wasn't supposed to either, but I'm pretty sure, like, I would lose the toys and go find new ones. Like, again, I know myself well enough to know that, like, I probably broke as many rules as I could. Again, I was a terrible child to a terrible parent. Like, it's... I can't blame getting the amount of times I got beaten, right? Like, I kind of deserved it. Find, yeah, find. Quotation marks. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, right? One of the more consistent ones I remember is that my mother would throw them out, right? Like, throw the toys out. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest, right? What dumb motherfucker throws out toys and doesn't, like, ensure that the stuff that, you're throwing it out into, like, the bag and ensure it's, like, on the day that it's going into the, like, the garbage truck? I dumpster dived our house to get my toys back many times. I just need to wash it afterwards. Give it a quick rinse, and surely it'll be fine. Bootleg Lego bricks in preschool and fighting amongst the toddlers, like smashing the brick savers on each other's heads. Yeah! No, you know what I remember, and I don't know if you guys remember, have ever interacted with them. I'll draw one quickly. But there was like these blocks that it's like, I cannot describe it any better than the blocks were basically kind of like this, for the most part, where they had, like, it was this area is air, right? All of the inside is air. It's just these outside parts, the frames of it, that, like, actually have, something to them. And you would get clips that are, like, straight up, kind of like this. Right? You get clips like this. No, not magnets. It's clips. And you would clip the blocks together. Like, it was just plastic. In my preschool, we had, like, a fucking tub of this stuff. And I would just go ham on making Transformers, making Thomas the Tank Engines, all that sort of stuff. Got fancy magnets. Yeah, we weren't allowed magnets. I'm pretty sure they expected us to probably do some harm with magnets. I wasn't allowed to touch magnets for a long time in my life. I still remember when we got that big fad where it's those, the magnets that are like... You know the magnets that are shaped like this, and you'd get like 2 of them? And then you'd have them like just make the really fucking annoying noise when they magnetize to each other? And you'd fuck around with these. Yeah, I wasn't able to touch these till like nearly my end of my primary school. Magnet balls? I mean, they were kind of magnet balls. They were like the long things. Those, yeah. Hated those. Everyone fucking had them. Because I went to a rich kid school. So every kid was like, got the newest toys. Which pissed me something fiercely off. Imagine being like the one poor kid at a rich kid's school. And everyone's like, but you should be rich. It's like, I went to school with a bunch of like, first generation Chinese kids in New Zealand. With a lot of white kids and with a couple of like Pacific, like Islander families, but they were rich families. And God, I fucking hated so many of those assholes. Well, I was so happy when we had the Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon trading at our school. It was mainly Pokemon. Because they came to rely on me for everything, and I just scammed the shit out of everyone. I'm like, these fucking rich kids don't know shit. They keep buying cards and they keep trading them, but then like some people started bringing fake cards. So I got well known for being able to determine whether it was a fake or not. So people would always come to me, and then people would come to me before the trade and go, look, I'm gonna trade a bunch of fake cards for some really good cards. Here's some extra cards to just say that it is real. And this is how I did. I'm doing this shit at primary school. Like, I was scamming kids before they understood what the concept of scamming was. Like, hell fucking yeah. And eventually it got banned because apparently too many parents and kids were complaining. And I'm like, I wonder why. Maybe it's because one of the main trade networks is scamming people. God, I fucking couldn't stop laughing at that still to this day. Let's go with a middle-class Polish person or a village person, so nobody expected anything of one another. Yeah, it was the exact opposite for me. It sucked. I was in, like, the rich neighborhood, but we were in, like, the one section of the rich neighborhood that had all the druggies. And it was, like, corned off because they're like, no, this is, the ghetto stuff. Some stories about Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, I have many stories that I'm, like, holding back on. Some of them are for a variety of reasons. I don't want to out myself too much now. School had a thriving black markets. People traded Yu-Gi-Oh cards, homemade candies, Beyblade parts. Oh god, Beyblade, yeah. Fireworks, prank items like stank bombs. Yeah, did have that. Borrowing cards from my friend who told me he would be able to play and win extra and split them with me. My cards are also his. Junior high was the peak of underground stuff, bathrooms, break rooms, back alleys. Oh yeah, no, for me in high school, again, this is one of those things that me and Noxie have talked about a few times. It's just remembering exactly the locations where all of the druggies hung out and shit. And I've told this story before, but like the place I went to go read a lot was right next to where people would either do drugs or definitely devious illicit acts. So because I sat near it, a lot of people came to know me for it all, and basically I became like the main the lookout for that area. So everyone came to just be nice to me because it's like, oh, don't piss this guy off. He actually like keeps an eye out for you if you don't piss him off. It was banned here for heresy and Jewish propaganda, which tells you a lot about your corner of the world. It really does. That's upsetting to hear. The homeowners would do raids on the bathrooms with teachers, and it didn't stop. One time, the vice principal got nailed with a Beyblade to the eye when they burst it. No, oh my god, that's amazing. Devious acts done at a discount? Or what was the joke? Shit, no! Oh. yes, but no. Dubious acts done at a discount is still the just best meme of like what's gonna happen in the Netflix version of the next chapter. Oh my god, or next part I should say. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny every time I see that shit. Good old D4C. Used to bring Beyblade arenas in their book bags, and because students needed toiletries, they would bring their bags in the bathroom. Bring the arenas to the hell yeah. Devious acts done at a discount, the new D4C special. Yeah. Filthy acts at a reasonable price. Dude, it's such a shit post to fuck around with it though. It's also, again, it's one of the strongest stands, because it's utter bullshit. Especially once you start adding in Love Train. Love Train just is bullshit. Fucking love. I love D4C though. They caught on to the arenas being brought in, so guys would bring pieces of them down in their hidden pockets, and then go to the bathrooms once they assembled them. That's so good. D4C is broken with Love Train. Yeah, no, D4C is literally just like utter this is one of those things of the villains in JoJo just keep getting more complex and more bullshit. Right? Like, that's the point of JoJo's villains. Arguably speaking, still, go right back to the beginning, Dio is probably still just the objective strongest of the lot. Like, I actually still think, Zawaldo Dio is stronger than, like, D4C. I'm not saying D4C Love Train because that's a whole argument right there. Literally, I don't think he can defeat Love Train. Right? Like, I don't think he objectively can. Just because of how Love Train works. But it's the argument of, like, we could also talk about how Wonder of You is one of the most, like, holy Jesus, how did you make her stand that bullshit? Especially shit like Dream Baby. Yeah, no, like, this is the thing that needs to be acknowledged as well, is, like, Made in Heaven, right, is... That plan was originally for Dio. Which, we see what happens if it happens for Dio with, the world, over Heaven. In that spin-off game, right? Like, that is the alternate universe where we get to see Dio not lose. Made in Heaven's wild. Made in Heaven's nuts. And people underestimate how it works and how strong it is. It's not that it's super fast, it's that it manipulates gravity at such a magnitude that it alters reality, right? That's why it's like, it speeds up the universe because its gravitational shift is sped up. It's it's like almost an extreme version of the, that one Superman moment from the original movie. Where he, flies around the world super fast in reverse, spinning it backwards, making time go backwards. That's not how that shit works, but it's using that kind of concept. But actually applying a little bit of science to it. But yeah, no, fucking, Wonder of You is like, again, objectively one of the strongest, most bullshit stands to ever exist. I still truly believe, given the right context, Dio kills that. But also, that's under the assumption, is Dio hunting down Wonder of You? Dio's hunting down Wonder of You, then Wonder of You's probably gonna win. Because the only reason they beat Wonder Review is literally, what was it again? He fired a bubble with the spin on it through reality. So it left reality and came back into Impact. I believe that's how he did it, right? Instead of turning back time, shatters, yeah. I'm pretty sure that was how, he beats it. It's, I think, how they beat, what was that JoJo's name? Because it's just Josuke, right? He is just named Josuke. Because he is technically, yeah, not going too far into it in case people are curious about, like, that story later for themselves. It's not just Josuke, but I'm pretty sure his name's... Is he just named Josuke in the series, though? Or is he named something different? I can't remember. I really can't remember. Yeah, no. Like, I remember the fucking, his name is Four Balls, man. God damn it. You're not wrong. Dude, I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is still, to this day, one of my favorite series to just try and, like, analyze shit that happens in it. Because it's so well constructed that it's, like, batshit insane. I think it is, like, again, that's why I say, like, I know it's Josuke, but I don't know if he's referred to as Josuke, right? Yeah, no, it's Josuke and Kiara, and... Damn it, words. It's those two put together. That's literally the character. And that's not like, oh, he's kind of like, no, he literally is. I remember it's like soft and wet is his stand, right? Which it can remove friction from anything, and it can fire explosive bubbles. I believe I'm remembering that shit correctly. I'm trying my best. I haven't checked up on the newest part with Jodio. I have not read like any of it other than like the first couple of chapters. It's not what he does to people. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm still upset with Jolene's arc. Like, I feel like they did that character a lot worse. Like, that part was definitely, I don't know, I have mixed feelings on it. I think there's a lot of it that's good, but I feel like there's a lot of it that's not great. As every JoJo part, but it's like, I think it's the difficulty of, if I start comparing it to the rest of the JoJo parts, I don't quite like it as much as others. I just really like the concept of, Pucci, right? Like, I think he's fucking awesome. I don't know, maybe I'm also kind of like in the Jotaro fatigue, where it's like, okay, tell me what part he's not turned up to and just basically been the most important figure in that part. Other than obviously Dio's, sorry, not Dio's, Giorno's part, right? Like, he technically doesn't turn up during, Golden Wind, but he is still a slight presence at the very beginning, at the least. But he doesn't turn up and he doesn't win the day. Whereas like in Diamond is Unbreakable, he turns up and, let's be perfectly honest, he is actually the only reason they kind of even stood a chance, let alone won. Part 4, Jotaro was important, but not the most important. He wasn't the most important, but he was the reason they won the final battle. Right? Like, technically, the two most contributing reasons as to how they won that battle was Yoshikage Kira and Jotaro. And I cannot be convinced otherwise. And then in part 6, right, is, yeah, it's part 6 with Jolene. Like, literally the point of the story is that they need to get Jotaro back because otherwise they don't stand a fucking chance. I want Jotaro to spit on me. It really does have that effect though, right? Jotaro is really good at having that kind of effect. To be fair, that's literally his like whole shtick with how he interacts with women, right? What a lick pop. God damn. That's how like Jotaro treats all women, is he treats them like absolute trash. And it's like somehow they all like him. And it's one of those times where I had to explain to a friend, by the way. I cannot stress enough. I had to explain to a friend. Because he's like, wait, does this work? And I'm like, no. This is not how this works. I can't believe I'm having to explain that to you, that treating people like dog shit isn't gonna get you dates. The magical concept of treating people like dog shit. Ah, yes. This is what all of you have been clearly missing out on with your relationships. Needless to say, and I say this is the nicest way I can, that guy never has had a, like, actual relationship, so it makes a lot of sense. I did have a chuckle the other day about, is it Noxie's brothers, is they are probably the, like, most... So, she was telling me a story about how, like, her father has set aside a plot of land, right? For grandkid stuff. Now, in their family, is it 2 or 3 brothers? I think it's 3. It's 2 brothers and 2 daughters. Like, two sons, 2 daughters. 2 sons have no chance in hell in getting a relationship, and I mean this with the most love of they're fun to be with, but God, not a chance. And then, Noxie's 1, and she absolutely refuses to have a kid. And then her sister, I believe, is... are they trying for a kid, or that she's pregnant? So... And she said very adamantly since, like, well before even in a relationship, she only wants to ever have 1 kid. So you've got, like, this guy that set aside acres of land for grandkids, he's getting 1. You kind of gonna feel bad for the man, right? Wasn't that say asking for that when Jotaro's actual VA was on stage on the show? Probably. I wouldn't put it past. I talked to my friend who's a woman about Jotaro. She says that she likes Jotaro, but then stopped me before I could quote Jotaro, "Shut up, you bitch," to her while talking. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's fictional men can get away with that shit, right? Papa's pregnant. No, I'm not pregnant. At least there's no inheritance dispute. Yeah, exactly. No, it's genuinely, like, this is something I've talked about as well with Noxie. It's just like, no. We both like really, really horrible men in anime and, like, media and stuff, right? Like, we absolutely, again, Loki is a great example of this. Like, Loki from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. My God, I would happily, like, yeah, but, like, you can also point at me and go, like, wait, doesn't he want to enslave humanity and, like, all this? I'm like, yeah. Oh, no, I think he's horrible if he was in real life, but that's the point. He is not. And that makes him hot. Shit-eating Grin betrayed my intentions. Yeah, I know that feeling. Alright. Now that we've done a little bit of a cleanup, we need to still do the ear stuff. Yeah. Still have the reference open over here, so I can use that instead. And then you probably see, like, the tops of some of the tops over here. Right. I think that's what we've got. This bit around here. Don't you love these art streams where we just talk about some really off-topic, like, dumb stuff? Somehow we got to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as well. So why not? Why wouldn't we? How is this actually tied? Okay. This is when we ask, like, what's your favorite animes? Mine's Boku no... I did get asked the other day for some recommendations for some anime for kids. Because one of my mates is just showing her, like... Fuck, how old are the kids now? They're like 10? And the oldest is 10? It's so hard not to recommend some series just as a shitpost. I can't believe in 2026, still there are no batch CD key queer, for Steam. Yeah. Steam technologies and dashboards are built on decades-old systems. Well, I mean, welcome to all systems. Like, I want to stress, people underestimate how, like, most systems you interact with are built off a system that was built off a system that was built off a system that was built off a system. And each of these times, it's like an additional 5 to 10 years being added on to how long ago the system was built. Right? Little Witch Academia. I think the kids would like it, but yeah, no, it's probably actually one that I would recommend, genuinely. To be fair, I did try and recommend was a Shakugan no Shana, which... No! One of my suggestions was Tokyo Mew Mew, and she was like, yes, I'm showing them that right the fuck now. So, I've already proven that I can, like, suggest some kind of, like, sorta mixed bag ones. Because they've watched, like, One Piece and shit. And apparently they enjoyed that, so I still need to watch and or read that one of these days. Again, one of the longest term, like, one of these days I could ever say. Haven't watched Tokyo Mew Mew. It is really fucking good. If you're willing to put up with Magigo. I forgot that she has a thing here. Every single time I hear that name, I mix it up in my mind with visual novel of the not young kind. Here. No, Tokyo Mew Mew... Tokyo Mew Mew is arguably one that I'm like, I watched it when I was younger, but like I probably wouldn't recommend it like fully to a younger audience. Right? Like it's definitely on that like middle ground point where it's like, yeah. If I can enjoy Cardcaptor Sakura for the first time in 2025, I think I'll like it. Oh no, if you enjoy Cardcaptor Sakura, then you'll enjoy Tokyo Mew Mew. Tokyo Mew Mew is absolutely again, just to reiterate the story, once again, what got me into anime was Tokyo Mew Mew. Like, while I watched anime when I was younger, and obviously, like, watching Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And all that, that was obviously, like, for kids, translations, and it was basically treated like cartoon shows. They did a localization of Tokyo Mew Mew to Mew Mew Powers. I went, when I was later in life, wanting to re-watch it, because I was like, it seemed kind of fun at the time, so I kind of want to watch it again. Asked a friend that knew anime about it, we googled it, we found it, and then I watched it on YouTube. I then found a version of it that was twice as long, but it was in Japanese, and that was Tokyo Mew Mew. And I watched that and I'm like, oh, this is way better. The story is like way darker, it's way more interesting. I like this a lot more. And that's what got me into like actually starting to watch anime. Okay. What do we think? We think that's pretty much everything? I don't think there's any main details I'm missing now. Before the caller got you hooked, that's fair. You know what got me hooked? Was Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That was probably the moment that I truly was like, I'm gonna just keep watching anime. I don't think any moment hit me harder than Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like, Toradora got me pretty fucking far along. Charlotte was also pretty early on. That got me quite in. Yeah, Toradora was probably what introduced me with the concept of like slice of life and enjoying that stuff. Which is probably one of the main ones I still watch like as frequently. That's just older styled instead of like Isekai, which is a bit on the newer side of things, and Villainess, which is very much on the newer side of things. Speaking of, I was watching a new Villainess series at the moment that's really fucking funny. And I haven't watched a lot of it, but I will like soft recommend it at this point because it's really funny. Oh yeah, I finished watching that. And it's a hell of a fucking shitpost. And I really like it. This one here. Tensei Akujo no Kuru Kishi is best summarized as this girl wrote self-insert fanfic of herself as a kid all the way up until like later life of her being isekai, because she was so like, I'm gonna be in an isekai world. I want to write my perfect isekai world. So she wrote fanfic with the main character being her own name and everything, and being the perfect heroine. One day, when she's an adult, she gets hit by a truck. Isekai. She wakes up as the villainess in her own fucking fanfic. It is wildly dumb. And if you think I'm like exaggerating, no, 100% is literally the point is she wrote self-insert fanfic. It's so funny. I've gotten through like about half the episodes so far. It's so fucking dumb. I don't think it's good. It's just really, really fucking funny. Like, I've started interacting, like, the series, part of the series I'm up to is she's now figured out how to deal with Yomi. If anyone has watched the series, you know kind of what I'm talking about. I think it's actually up to the part where we're now starting to interact with, the police. That's where I'm at, where they're starting to do the investigation story. Again, I'm leaving it as loose as possible because I do actually genuinely think, to those that like villainous shitpost series, this one's a good one. It's fun so far. Again, I should reiterate, I'm not gonna say it's good. I'm gonna say it's fun. It's just fun. Because Again, conceptually speaking, it is so fucking stupid. And I fuck with it so damn hard. Like, what a fucking series concept that is. Yeah, no, I found that the other day and I was like, oh, that's right, I kind of want to watch more villainous stuff right now, so. I never knew there was a tail flap. I thought it was magic. What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean by tail flap? Do you mean like where the tails come out? On this outfit? Yeah, there's a tiny little tail flap. I'm kind of drawing a little bit of that back part incorrectly because of that. But screw it. I've already gotten this far. This is when Yawa comes in and asks me, why have I got her butt on screen as a reference? Don't worry about it. Wish you a good stream. Got a long 24-hour day. Work tomorrow. Yeesh. I'm still like, damn, you are having a whole time of it with that job. Have fun, Devil, though. Have good rest. And take care of yourself. "16 unique colors for eyes." Yeah. Oh, it has a lot of color in their eyes. Is it supposed to be, was it the galaxy or something like that? The stars? I mean, that you were drawing her face with butt as reference. Yeah. Dude, how do some of those mangakas do some of these lines with just such confidence and do it so cleanly? It almost pisses me off. Those motherfuckers, man. They're so good at what they do. Guess practice? Yeah. My mind would break. I'm sending you good luck wishes. Yeah. Doing the eyes is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna try and put a little bit more effort in with the eyes this time. Because we do actually have... This canvas is twice as big and, like, nearly twice as high a DPI as the previous ones I've worked with, which is why the computer's lagging so much. To give an idea, this outfit is on a 350 DPI, 3000, 4000 pixel. This is on a 6000, 8600 DPI. This is a very big canvas with a lot of detail ability that I'm being given. Because I wanted to try it out on the higher qualities. That's why it's like, you can see the pixels still if we get super in. But it should mean that I can get away with doing a lot of stuff a little bit better. It's gonna be one of those zoom out, you get a painting inside. No, you need way higher canvas rating for that. Actually, I'm gonna be honest, you wanna know how you do that? You do it with Vector. Vector art. That's how you do that. That's literally the only way. Imagine those are fake. Some are, some aren't. So this is where we start pointing at what Vector art is. I believe I can do vector layers. But like if I was to do a vector layer here, right? So you can see that like the lines change out a little bit like that. Actually, that's a question. Do I need to explain how vectors work in art? And what a vector layer and a vector art kind of is? Because I used to do a lot more vector art orientated pieces, but I don't do them as much now because they just tend to be a lot more resource costs than they're worth, and I can only do them really in Illustrator, and I prefer Clip Studio. How it basically works is what vectoring is doing is it's doing math to compensate for pixel concept. So theoretically, a good vector layer is no matter how far you zoom in, you will never see pixels. Equation instead of pixel, yeah. It's basically everything you're drawing is an equation, no longer lines. And by doing that equation, it means that pixels no longer exist for the piece. For better or worse. So the piece can be a lot more complex because of that, and it means that it can upscale. Yeah, exactly. Logos are typically where you see this done, because a logo might need to be put onto a billboard, right? So it means there is no actual difference in quality between a 160 pixel versus a 20 billion pixel thing. So that's where, if you look at those like zoom in art things, that's how it would probably be done if you were to actually do it, is it's done via vector based software. So you can basically auto scale the imagery, so you can just keep drawing and then keep drawing and then keep drawing. Do you have time to do the thing on Saturday? Because I'll probably pull an all-nighter tomorrow anyway. What was the thing? Saturday. Is that my Saturday or your Saturday? Because if it's my Sunday, then definitely not. If it's my Saturday... I hate that it's like, it's partly dependent on what happens tomorrow, right? Because, I'll give a short answer of tomorrow... Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Friday? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow I have to go out to a birthday party with for a mate. And I'm probably going to end up drinking, and there's a chance that I might not be doing a My Time Saturday stream anyway. I'd like to, but I'm also acknowledging that I'm going to be potentially drinking and potentially staying out quite late. Right. So I don't think this weekend works, and next weekend, your Friday, my Saturday is already scheduled. So I could probably do my Sunday next week. I'll need to double check my schedule for the week after. Because we are technically supposed to be starting Dishonored anytime now. Today could have honestly been a start to Dishonored, but I couldn't be asked. I wanted to draw instead. Actually, I wanted to do game dev, but I don't really have an updated thumbnail for game dev. What would you guys want to see for a new thumbnail for game dev if I was to do it up with like the styling that we've seen? Don't gotta do on weekend per se. We can schedule any of your Saturdays, I guess. But I can also take a day off soon. Mostly want to do it funny. That's fair. I think my Saturdays tend to get called for collabs is the problem. I'll openly admit to that. Again, I'm not believing I've got full permission to say, but I do know that we've got a collab coming up next weekend. With me and the rest of the main group. But yeah, with Bev and such. Now I know something was getting talked about as well for some other stuff. Cyberspace on a Tron. Christ. Trying to think what I've got for timings. Yeah, it's... I will not deny, like, either during the week or my Sundays are the best for it, but I need to know well enough in advance so I don't, like, overload myself on the week. So, because my Sundays are normally my days off, right? So I tend to leave, like, a lot of household tasks and resting till those days. So I tend not to stream on Mondays much nowadays as well, because they tend to be where I just get a lot of game dev done work. Words. How about Bob the Builder programming? Hell yeah. Dishonored, it's a great game I can never get into. I absolutely fucking love the Dishonored game. Like, I cannot stress enough how much I love that game. I really want to get the tattoo for it. One of these days, I will get that tattoo. I can promise that. It's amongst, like, a bunch of tattoos I want to get. But it's probably one of the smallest ones, so it'll probably be one of the earliest ones I do. Let's just get the outsider mark on my left hand. The mark of the twink is a great tattoo. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I probably haven't jumped as heavily at getting tattoos done as I would is because there is a part of me that still likes the idea of going and living in Japan. And I'm sure all of you immediately know what I'm kind of talking about when I say that, with like the genuine like, maybe I shouldn't get tattoos if I want to go live in Japan. I know the culture around that's gotten better, but like a straight up tattoo on my hand might be a little much for some people. Right? We live in a society, yeah. Like here in New Zealand, no one would give a fuck. In fact, I have literally seen people with the outsider mark tattooed on their hand. Tattoos are in fact a good thing here in our country. We have a whole culture around them. So you have long hair, which means tattoos on your head. Depend on the size, but hey, they look at foreign or better. Slap a sticker on in the onsen. Honestly, that might be how I would do it if I was to really be concerned, right? Is I just slap a bandage on when I go to the onsen. It's okay. So I've briefly talked about this all before. Where's paint? You guys want to see, roughly speaking, right? So I know what I want for tattoos. It's fully, so in New Zealand, we kind of have some of you might understand this a little bit because you've probably interacted with, Far Cry 3, right? There's the Total in that one. There's a lot of cultural significance that's very similar to that, where basically the idea of a tattoo is to tell a tale of the land you come from, the region you're from, the family you have. It is a physical way of putting down the information of your ancestry, your heritage, what makes you you. Now, I am not someone that really wants to celebrate or interact with my family, so it's already put me at quite a bit of a discrepancy between how that works. So what I kind of came to understand it with is it is literally the idea of a lot of these tattoos is to show what makes you, what got you to being who you are, right? And very little of my heritage comes into play in that argument for me, in my perspective on it. So I wanted to do a mix of tattoos combining all together that is an amalgamation of all of the parts of my life that I felt significant accumulating to. So that comes to what I want on my back, right? I want to have my tale of my person on my back. Down my spine. So I'll just draw a really quick, like, pink lining of everything. So this is the spine. This is the back outlining. I'm just doing this really loosely. This is up to the shoulders, and this is the arms here, right? So, what I want down my spine, which is a very rough fucking tattoo to get, by the way, it's a spinal tattoo, very painful. I'm not gonna be able to draw them very well, but you might get an idea of what this is once I start drawing most of these. These are not, I don't intend these to be colored, by the way, in case you're wondering. I can't remember what this one looks like off the top of my head, admittedly, but you should probably get an idea of it. So that's going to be what I want down my spine. So I'm sure most of you know what this is referring to, right? Especially that I've done it in the colors relative to. Again, I don't want the tattoos to actually be colored, probably. I just want to have the shadow versions of that. Do I have back here? I have a little bit. Not much. I think I've got mainly around here, and then a little bit down here. Then what else did I want to get done? I kind of wanted to have a dragon, a set of dragon wings. And then I wanted to have I'm not going to explain this one because this one starts getting a little too detailed, but just realize this is basically a thorn, rose thorns. I wanted to have that linking around a little bit, so probably also, I think it was up here I was thinking. I could never get back tattoo with the fur in the way. I mean, I can just get most of it. I'm a very hairy person. I'll just get it shaved. I don't give a shit. There was a couple of other things, but like this is the main detailings that I wanted to get done for like a back tattoo. There were other symbols and things that I wanted to put in, but like it's basically, again, not explaining some of this, but I wanted to put into it all the things that I would consider have universally brought me to the point that I am at now, right? So the reason why the ruby icons are on there is because I genuinely do not think I would be here today if it was not for that series coming out. It meant a lot to me for a very large portion of my life, and it still means quite a bit to me. Draconic Wings, I've literally, since I was a kid, I've liked dragons, and I like the idea that the fact that a lot of the momentum I ever got with art that I did was pushed forward by me wanting to get better at dragons. So, in a sense, a lot of my original artistic talent was lifted up by the wings of dragons. Not going to go and explain the thorn vines though, because that's something that's a little. That's one that is, I want it there not because it's a happy memory, but because it is a important memory. In fact, it's very much the opposite of a happy memory, but it still is a very significant part of what came to make me who I am. I'm 14 years old and I'm deep. Most people I know who got tattoos do care for them looks. Looking good. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, this is the point that I'm making, is it's like... So, going back to what I said for the significance of it, right? Is... A lot of the culture we have is around the fact that tattoos are to show where you came from, right? It's the tale of what came to be, like, how did you come to be, what and all that stuff. So I want to have stuff that symbolizes the most prevalent moments of my life. The most prevalent things that mattered the most to me. I mean, good as in well made, or even good as in their own specialty, good in tandem. The most, dragon wings, the most disjointed. Well, keep in mind as well, like, I'm quickly sketching. The idea for the dragon wings are to utilize, the pattern styling that we use here in New Zealand for, tattoos. So, please understand that, like, here is a bit of an example of kind of the stuff I'm talking about. Like, this is actually how the wing would look more, is this sort of patterning. Now, not quite this, because again, this is exactly what I'm talking about, is these stripes and everything, all of this signifies specific parts of a person. Their upbringing, their life, all of that, right? So think of it as it's more organic than just a draconic wing. But this goes to show what I'm talking about, is a lot of the time we have tattoos like this. Frankly speaking, if you had only one dragon wing and left the other for the thorns, would instantly make it better as an art piece. Yeah, but I'm not doing it as an art piece. Think of it, okay, try and think of it like this. While there is an element of the art piece to it, what I'm wanting to do is literally put permanently on my back my story. Right? Is it itself is a tale being told. Like, think of it like caveman drawings almost at that point. Right? Is you don't write out exactly what's happening, but you give as much clear symbology of what I am trying to indicate as possible. Right? Oh, again, there's a reason why this hasn't been done, is, like, I'm gonna be very perfectionist on this. I know that this is a multi-step one as well. Like, I'm gonna be getting probably each ruby symbol is gonna have to be either done all at once of all 4 of those, or one at a time. And I'm not gonna be able to do, like, the wings for a while. I'm probably gonna get it is going to be a very piece-by-piece basis, and I'm going to have to talk with the artist ad nauseum to ensure that I'm getting what I want out of it. Like, this is not something that you half-ass. You are inking your body permanently. You want it to be things that hold enough meaning to justify them being there. Right? And that's the point that, like, this is where it does come to the difference of opinion on how all of this works. I consider these incredibly important parts of my life. Like, I'd probably toss a Pokeball on there somewhere if I could. Sort of idea. Like, one of the ideas I had at one stage, I'm still kind of iffy on it, is getting the, Stargate badge tattooed on my shoulder. Right? Getting this. Or just the Earth symbol. Probably more likely this. Right? Like, I'd love to get this done on my shoulder. Now, you might go, that's dumb as shit, and I fully agree. There's a reason why it's probably... It's one of the ones I'm questioning the most if I would do it or not. But also, Stargate was a massive part of my life. It pushed forward a lot of the creativity that I ended up using. And hugely got me into sci-fi. Right. But yeah, that's why I say, like, it's probably, like, getting this back done to the extent and level of detail I'd want, it will be, like, a multi-year project. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I got told it will take you, like, 5 to 7 years to get done. And I would accept that willingly. That's why I say, like, the thorn vines are a great example of, I'm not putting things on that just make me happy. I'm putting things on that are detailing the person that I am and how they came to be. And it's why it's one of the ones where I'm like, I'm not going to detail it for you because it's going to look like they're... Okay, think of it like this. It's going to be rose thorn vines that look like they're digging into me. From that alone, I'm sure you can understand it's not a pleasant memory that I'm trying to symbolize with that. Like, the ruby symbols are probably one of the clearest examples of a very obvious symbol gesture that I'm doing. The dragon wings are supposed to be a mix of what I did as art that made me do art to begin with and got me into it, and also in a styling that ties me still back to the country I come from. Obvious to those who know, yeah. Oh, it's very obvious to anyone that actually knows. Again, like, I'm pretty sure I told my best mate, and he's like, that, honestly, I'm actually concerned that you're doing that, but I understand. Like, given the logic you put forward, yes, it probably has to be there. Dragons are simple enough. I mean, like, again, I cannot stress enough. Learning to draw dragons outside of... Again, I learned to draw through Pokemon, and then I learned to draw properly, not just, like, sketching or resketching art. To actually draw my own art, it was dragons. And I kept drawing dragons over and over and over and over, and mythical creatures alongside it, but most always dragon-based. That's why the one I did with the Tunifa is still, like, one that I was quite proud of, because it was draconic-esque, but it wasn't actually a dragon, and it was as a high-quality piece in the end. But that's why I said, like, I showed that styling that I just showed, because I'm like, that is the styling that I would probably get the dragon piece done. Because it's to tie it back to, again, like I said, the country I come from, New Zealand. And I do have a couple of mates that will help me with the design of that as well, to ensure that I'm not like stepping on any cultural toes. Most creative I've ever been. Yeah. Well, it's because they're mythical creatures. They're not normal. They're not. There's no general perfect standard for them because they are a creation of imagination and they're fucking cool. You chose really intricate and deep designs. Yeah, it's, again, keep in mind, I have been thinking most of these designs since... decades is an understatement, right? Like, it would not be a stretch to say that when Ruby was first coming out was when this idea even popped up in my head. So, whenever Ruby started coming out is basically how long I've been refining this idea. At the onsen, you can always say, dragon, eat my nuts. God damn it. But yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, if you listen to, actual, like, Yakuza that have, like, back tattoos, and all that, there isn't normally a lot of meaning. There is, the very general thing that you hear is that it's like, oh no, I just liked the design, right? And that's what a lot of, that stuff is. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, it's your body, you do what you fucking feel like doing. Everyone's got their own things that they value. I just value it in the stage of, well, if I'm gonna do it, I want it to have so much fucking levels of meaning that it's really hard to separate it from, like, I want it to become synonymous with myself if I was to do something like that. That's why the Dishonored one's such a fun one for me as well, because, like, I just genuinely, that game was a game I played a fucking lot. And I absolutely loved to its core. This one is of a dog, my favorite animal. Hell yeah. I mean, it's why I've also probably considered doing something for cats. Specifically my two lovely deers that have passed away. Cats that were with me for the some of the hardest parts of my life. And why it was so hard to see them go. What fucking bright, cheery music, by the way, for this conversation. I fully cannot apologize enough. That's actually so fucking funny. doesn't need the... Much better. I ever actually wanted a tattoo just because cultural appropriation is now only way I know how to live. Well, Ichiban's great. He's not my favorite Yakuza MC, but God, his tattoos peak. Yeah. I mean, again, this is the fun part. The Yakuza games actually misrepresent the tattoos on the back a lot. Because something that's talked about by actual Yakuza is like, there is a lot of meaning in the Yakuza games behind the their back tattoo, right? Like how Kiryu is the dragon and all that stuff. Yeah, no, they've openly said like one of the biggest inaccuracies that game has outside of Kiryu's outfit is the fact that it has as much meaning as they're trying to like let on. It's like, nah, most of the boys just get it because it's cool. It's like each tattoo in Yakuza games has like an attachment and a meaning of their character. It helps either accentuate them or juxtapose them. So again, it's a really great narrative piece. Hey Matthew, how's it going? Criminals don't have self-reflection in reality. Yeah, I know, right? To be fair, I get it though. Like, dude, you look at a giant dragon on a person's back, your first thought is that's kind of fucking cool. Right? So, I mean, I respect it. Some work on a couple of new decks. Ooh. Always fun. Always fun. I mean, I'm slowly getting closer to being done with one deck, but I've got so many decks at the moment that I've finished building that I'm like, I'm very happy to go slow. The only thing I got from the Sega store. Oh yeah, I can't actually remember, because you did show me some of the stuff you were looking at. Right? What did you end up getting? So it reminds me, I really want to go back to Japan. I almost dislike that at this point in time, the likelihood of me going back to Japan is to try and go and live over there. And that's going to be the most likely chance I get to go back there. Wonder how expensive it is to move over to Japan for me currently. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not something I'd want to do for, like, the next... I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years at least. Won't deny, though, if the opportunity arises, I'm not gonna say no. Expecting on the deck some the first Wooburg deck. Oh, have you not done a Wooburg deck before? Reminds me that I want to do a Jensen deck at some point. And just have as many like 5-color spells or multicolor spells as possible. Now with the new like vivid shit that's come out. Actually makes it a little bit more tempting. Move there. How's the cost of living? It's cheaper to live than here by a long shot. Well, depending on where I go live. I had a thing for calculating it. Give me a sec. Didn't they make it harder to own property? I mean, I wouldn't be buying property, most likely. Gonna look, keep in mind it's not 100% finished. Sure, send it my way. I'll have a look. Who did I was... Yeah, so last calculations I did of last year, to give an idea, using exchange rates and stuff like that. So if I was, currently I live off about 2.5 grand per month, right? That's kind of roughly where I sit at my current costs. I can probably live off about 2 grand a month in Japan. That's fairly modest though. But that's like that's a major Japanese city, theoretically. Right? Like, I live in a not major city. If I lived in a major city, my cost would still go down if I moved to Japan. Damn, those are cool though, Jin. First Wooburg deck. Scion of Dragons. Using Scion of the Dragon as a commander. Okay. Already interested. Can't remember what that card does off the top of my head, but I kind of remember. Let's have a look, sir. So that one was, I think it was Search Dragons, right? Yeah, so search a library for a dragon card, put it in your graveyard. If you do, this becomes a copy of that card until end of turn. Gotcha. Okay. So you got, like, the Ancient Dragons. Mm-hmm. Minor Dork, yeah. Yeah, that works out. Yeah, you're gonna have Vivid all the time. Equal to that damage from hand to the battlefield. Yeah, Colossal Gravery was great. Ah, okay, so you're doing like a lot more graveyard orientated, like recursion dragons. Are you meaning that's being spent or how much you need to make? So what I was saying is like 2.5k is what I live off currently, which is a very tight budget for me a lot of the time, right? Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, obviously, given how the month may go. In Japan, for weekly expenses, I would need about 2 grand New Zealand. Like, again, I'm talking New Zealand currency, by the way. I think it's about 180,000 yen per month. Yeah, good one. Yeah. Oh, create a treasure token. Wouldn't be a badge search. Goldspan, great way to get the mana. Cold Scout. Dragon Queen, makes sense. Daggers of the Moat. I feel like... Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So this isn't gonna get ETBs is the problem. It's gonna, like, turn into a copy of the thing. I feel like... You've not got... enough stuff. That's like, you've got a lot of great ETBs and you've got some great swings. This doesn't work well with the ETBs though. Now I get that, like, obviously you are going to be able to play things and stuff, but I feel like you don't draw enough in this. Like, from what I'm seeing. So you're trying to rely much more on the recursion mill side of things. Yeah, so that makes a little bit of the money better. You might want to toss that green Dragon Stormin. Do you know the green one that gets basics? That might not be a bad shot. Just for some of it. But then, like, again, dragons are so fucking expensive that, like, you're not gonna really get a lot of ramp out of that. Good old Chromox in there, apparently. Fair enough. Still a work in progress. Yeah, that's why I'm, like, just tossing statements out, right? Like, I'm not like, I'm acknowledging that this is in making, so I'm like, that's my thoughts. Because I'm like, this feels like a really interesting reanimator package. So I feel like it's lean more into, like, ramp and reanimate, right? So, off the top of my head, the Virtue, the Black Virtue, where you get, to bring stuff out of your graveyard. I mean, fuck, Rise of the Dark Realms. And you don't put much protection in, you just put more recursion in, right? Like, Frantic Search is a great example of that. Like, don't get me wrong, the way I'm suggesting the deck plays, you get hit by a Bajuka Bog and you're like, cool, I'm gonna scoop. But... might be a fun kind of dumb shittery, because, like, you've already got Living Death in here, right? So you're already kind of heading in that direction where it feels like a really fun, like, Anduin energy, right? Where it's like, no, I'm bringing the dragons back. Constantly. The constant reanimated threats. Which does still make Mirim fine, because it's ETB, that one. Yeah. Do you remember the saga that's, I'm pretty sure this character, but it's on the flip side, you get a thing back to hand. Is it something of the Old War? I'm pretty sure I have it in my pile next to me. Give me a second. Kami of the Old War? The Kami War. Kagachi made manifest is possibly one that I might like. Say? Because that's exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Return up to one return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Then each opponent discards a card. Then exile the saga, return it to the battlefield transformed. And the other side is it's all colors, flying trample, 6/6. When it attacks, defending player chooses a non-land card in your graveyard. Return it to your hand, and then it gets +X+0 until end of turn, X being the mana value. Like, I feel like that would be fucking funny. Just thought, though. Because it's like you use Scion to fill your graveyard to get to, like, these big reanimate turns, right? Like, Dragon Tempest is also arguably not massive. Grook's Uprising, you're doing it for draw, I guess, so it's not bad. Ghostly Prison, I don't think I agree with. Just have more ramp in the deck instead of versely. If you have more ramp and reanimators, you just throw your shit in front of anything that comes your way and you'll probably be fine. And realistically, anyone that's swinging it with you like super insanely big things, then that's... you're probably not gonna be able to deal with it. Thing. Hard to get off, but with the reanimate stuff, you can Grave Reaver by activating Scion twice. Yeah, like that's the thing, is like you can activate... this doesn't have sorcery speed limitation, right? Yeah. So you can just reactivate Scion immediately. And then, like, yeah, so with Colossal's gonna be a big deal, so you're probably gonna want tutors. Oh, you know what tutor I fucking recommend? And this is a tutor that is cheap as shit, and it should not be anywhere near as cheap as it is. Genuinely, like, there is many stores in New Zealand that have hundreds of copies of this for 50 cents. And this is one of the best tutors I have seen. And immediately is just my thought. Flavor, not so great, admittedly, but... this is one of my favorite tutors in the game. So, one, a blue and a black sorcery tutor. Ring tempts you. Search your library for a card that shares a color with a legendary creature you control, reveal it, and then put it in your hand, then shuffle. Remember how to read this. The best way to read this is ring tempts you. First trigger of the ring is make a creature legendary. If you have a creature on the field, you can go get anything for that. It's nuts. And it is cheap as fuck. A better investment mindset in infield than in real life. I'm investing money into less products and saying, while I live without budgeting anything. Yeah, sounds about right. No, this is genuinely a nuts tutor, and if you've got Dimir colors, I highly recommend tossing it in. This feels like a deck that you want a little bit of tutors just to get to your Colossal more often. And then probably more ramp, realistically. I don't know if I like the Edge of Autumn. I have mixed feelings on that one, personally. But yeah, like, ramp is going to give you, like, think of it like this as well. Ramp's gonna make your draws more clean and efficient, right? Because you're taking cards out of your deck without drawing them. That's why I was saying, like, I can't remember what it's fucking called. What's the... Dragon Storm. Corroding, encroaching. Is it encroaching? Yeah. Encroaching might not be a bad shout. It's a cheap card as well. Gives you a nice way of getting some ramp going. Like, it's a 4-mana Cultivate, but it's a 4-mana Cultivate that bounces to your hand. Actually, no, it's better than Cultivate, because it puts both of them on the battlefield. Also, I always soft recommend, if you're doing dragons, Irene. Because Irene is a 10/10 that has protection from like 90% of the game, because it's flying and it's protection from, like, think of it like this, right? The amount of things that can affect Irene, I think someone did the math, is a fraction of what the game actually has. I'm talking about is first you search the Grave Reaver, and then the commander becomes it, then you become Bladewing the Origin. Goes to the battlefield because your Grave Reaver, which bring back real. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's a great package, and I agree with that. That's why I say, like, a little bit of soft tutoring to get more of the cards seems like a good shout. Just to get more stuff, and like, potentially set up earlier as well. Because I'm assuming that's why you've also got Brainstorm in here, right? So you can put cards back into the library. Maybe more of those effects as well? Would that be? I think that's getting a little too cute. Too many of those. But you could probably toss a couple in. Like, just a couple of those things that's like, the put thing from either graveyard or from hand back into library. Yeah? No, I genuinely like the idea of the deck, though. That's why I'm just like... I feel like you've got a cool idea here. Using the Scion. Is there any more Brainstorm effects? I'm sure there are. Oh, you know what you could also toss in there? Fact or Fiction. Not Fact or Fiction. Gifts Ungiven. Gifts Ungiven. Those sorts of effects. Gifts Ungiven wouldn't be too bad. Fuck, that'd be nutty in this deck. Like, I actually think you put in, also, just off the top of my head, the good old stuff like Entomb. I think that would feel really nice in that deck. I think Taval would also fit in there, not too bad, but you know, that's also like at that point in time, what kind of deck are you playing? It's like, how hyper speed do you want to go? I do think that there's a cool idea to do with stuff like the Entomb, though, especially, again, it's Colossal Grave Reaver is a nuts card. Your commander is sort of Entomb. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, more of those effects, because, like, this is a 1 mana version of your commander. And you can, it's an instant speed, you can somewhat repeat it as well. Like, think of it like this. Okay, what happens with your deck if, I hit your commander with Imprison in the Moon, and you don't have, like, Beast Within it on your hand? That's why I'm saying, like, leaning on that ramp and reanimator package might be a fun one. And then just, like, playing to that. That's why, again, Rise of the Dark Realms is just a funny, you're gonna win the game sort of card. And it is literally, you get hit by a board wipe and you're just gonna let everything hit the grave, and you're like, cool. And then you're gonna Rise of the Dark Realms, you're like, I'm now gonna kill a bitch. Because, you're probably gonna have some haste enabling in there. Right? I thought you gave haste. You only give the pump? Damn. Ah, I see what you're doing there. I'm wondering if that's too cute, personally. I like it, but I'm wondering if it's too cute. I like it, though. I really do. Dragon Tempest gets haste, yeah, but that doesn't get reanimated. I genuinely feel that, like... Okay, so let's just say you've had all non-land permanents destroyed, right? I mean, Terror of the Peaks is a way to do it. Oh, you've got this Irenian. Yeah, no, you should toss the other Irenian. The one from the set, not from the commander deck. As well, because it's just really nice. It's a big dragon that's got decent payoff. And it also works well with your Reanimator energy. Again, though, the problem kind of comes to, it's an ETB, right? Mana value 2 or less. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell or a dragon, this gets +2. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Can also be grabbed for protection. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I really like the idea of this deck. I genuinely do. I think there's, like, only some things that I'm, like, a bit concerned about, but, like, for the most part, you've got a solid idea here. And I've voiced pretty much all of my concerns. I mean, you could always toss more cards for, like, Vivid in, but that's also really unnecessary. That's what I was saying, like, the Kami War probably would fit into this deck nicely. Kami War, the, What are they called again? The enchantments with the adventure. They're all like virtue of something, right? Virtue of persistence. Like, I'd fucking love that in that deck. Yeah. Oh, what's that one spell I'm thinking of that deals damage to all non-flying? I'm pretty sure there's a red board wipe, or like, is it red or is it? I know there's one that's like one of those ones where it's has the top cast and then it has the from the graveyard as well. I can't remember what the second part of that one is though. I think that one's like Falling Sky or some shit. But like maybe a couple of those in there. Just a weird thought. So like adding like 2 maybe at most. You've already got Living Death, so I'd probably only say like 1 other board wipe. 1 or 2 at most. But yeah, like board wipes that hit like specifically non-flying. Because you're gonna dominate in the air anyway. Hits things that aren't like can't reach. It's like, oh no, it's gonna nuke your cost reducers. Anyway. I'm actually... Okay. I know this is gonna sound wild. I don't know if Dragon Lord Servant and Dragon Speaker Shaman are that great in this deck. And I will like to explain my reasoning before I, like, sound like a lunatic. Your commander has no generic pips. Some of your best bombs, while they, like, this one does have a lot of generic pips, gonna be honest, the point of this deck is you're not casting the Colossal Grave Reaper, right? I don't think you want cost reducers, I think you want ramp. I think you just want to maybe take those out for, like, Cultivate Rampant sort of energy. If you can. Because think of it like this. Cost reducers, the intention is that you're supposed to be able to cast more things earlier in the game, right? That's the idea. So it's supposed to get you to that threshold point where you're able to cast 2 dragons at once. That's what your kind of goal is when you have those, or to get a dragon out slightly earlier than you might normally. But I would argue the way you've got this deck going, I would love to see ramp more likely, because that's pulling land out of your deck, which is not drawing you cards per se, but it is making your draw much more efficient. Those don't do that. And ramp also does the same thing, in a sense. Because I don't think you win the game by casting 2 dragons in a turn. And by the time you would want to care about that. Yeah, I feel like that's one of my biggest things that I'm looking at with that. Like, those 2 I feel like are the rationale. Shaman stay, but servant will be cut. That's fair. I mean, if you're cutting one, why not cut both? Right? Because, like, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's 3 mana reduced by 2. That means you go to turn 4, potentially. And you can put down a 6 mana dragon. Might want to refresh? Okay. I'm about to get, like, flashbanged by changes, aren't I? See, yeah. Hey, ringside. I'm glad that I'm just... Ringside's so fucking good. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's just, yeah, that the other arena is nuts. I can never be, like, convinced that this card... Like, I'm gonna be honest, there's still a part of me that wants to make the Areni Song of Unending Commander deck. And it's literally just, I'm going to kill you. Why? Because I give this fucking Boots a haste or some shit. I'm going to swing at you twice, and you're probably dead. What can you do to stop this? Fucking nothing. It is a nuts card for that. But, yeah. It's not the commander, obviously, so it doesn't have as much recursability. Yeah, like, this is a great example here of, like, you've got such an interesting reanimator package that I feel like you can just lean to that more than you already are. I think you've got, like, that's how I'm seeing this deck, right? I'm gonna swing at you and the dragon goes... Yeah, because it's again, I cannot stress enough, someone did the math. The amount of things that kill this or stop this are fucking very, very few. Like, the things that kill this, there is... like, only a few thousand, I think, in the entire game of Magic. Of things that stop it, there's still a lot more, but, like, that's not stopping it completely, that's slowing it the fuck down. That's why I'm like, this thing fucks shit up. Yeah, that's pretty... Yeah. I feel like, right, frantic search here is telling me an energy that I feel like you could do more. Half the thing is just the game changes. Oh yeah, Smothering Tide and Chrome Mox, yes. Like, especially this version of Smothering Tide is fucking up there. I mean, if you want, like, cost deck jokes, give me a second. This deck here. We've talked about this before. This one is like 90% of the cost is in one card. Chilene's fucking nuts though at this point. Which reminds me, I got you yesterday. I can add that to my list. I'm pretty sure this one, it's mostly the lands, right? Yeah, this one's, it's mostly the lands that cost money. Who would have guessed putting in like a few expensive lands into Edgar Markov would raise the price of it a little bit. Gotta love it. I do fucking love the Magus of the Moat. I actually really like that. Like, that tells me more right there, by the way. Magus of the Moat was what your Ghostly Prison wished it could be. And now that you have Ring Sight, you can go like, I'm concerned about a turn or two from now. I'm gonna go get the Magus of the Moat. It seems so nice. Is there a reason you're playing with the Chrome Box? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Like, is there a specific reason why you're wanting to use the Chrome Box? Been wanting to use it for so long. No, you're fair. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just like, I feel like this deck has got a couple too many angles on how it wants to do its mana. And that's like, the Chrome Mox is me feeling like it's tugging too many ways just that much, but I could also just be wrong. Like, you need more mana. You definitely need more mana. I still think the Dragonstorm that I suggested earlier, encroaching Dragonstorm is probably a good shout, personally. Because 4 mana to get 2 basics into play and then have that bounce whenever a dragon enters seems really nice. That's why it's like, it almost feels like this is a very, like, lands-orientated deck. Like, land and treasure mana. Which makes Dragon Horde fine. I mean, Dragon Horde's also just really good in dragon decks. I mean, Sol Ring, yeah, Sol Ring's fine. Enough of the dragons justify it. It doesn't speed up your commander, though. It does help with paying the cost for the commander, though, the effect. Yeah. I don't know. Again, like, it's a really solid idea, and I see where you're going with that stuff. I think, don't be afraid to lean more into the, reanimator package, though. Like, genuinely, that seems really interesting for that deck. And it sets it unique from so many other, like, dragon decks as well, right? Because that's always the fear with those sorts of tribal decks that are highly popular. Is that, like, how do you make it not feel like just another dragon deck? Did you have Tiamat in there? I actually can't remember. I just closed it too. You did not. That's fine, right? Do you still draw naked girls? Yes. Not drawing one at the moment, but... Yes, cast it. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure it had a cast requirement. Yeah, I don't think it works in your deck then. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. I was like, I'm pretty sure it had a cast requirement for its ETB. Couldn't remember. Don't feel like you're going to get it consistently good enough from the rest of it then. The reason, because I want the big dragon for my commander to tutor, not for the big dragon to be added to my hand. Well, no, I was thinking, like, if Tiamat didn't have the cast clause, that would be really fun to put it into your deck. Just as a good reanimate target to, like, really get through your deck faster. But because it has the cast requirement, I wasn't going to suggest it at all. Because I'm gonna be honest, again, I'm kind of sick of seeing Tiamat and Dragon as commanders. Right? Like, don't get me wrong, I want to make an Dragon deck one of these days. But I am more than happy for that to be, like, just because I want to have a massive Dragons deck. There are many other Dragon deck ideas that I have that seem more funny to me. That one you've got right there is a great example of, like, that's so much more interesting in my eyes. Because it's not just, I'm going to play Big Dragon, I'm going to do this again and again. It's, I'm going to cast, I'm going to get, like, most of it recurring, and that's why I'm like, I like the idea of this endless zombie draconic horde almost energy. Some love rather than it being 500 in the deck ratings, yeah. No, fully. Like, honestly, again, I cannot stress enough, I love the idea of that deck. I like that it is a unique take on a very, well, not fully unique, but, like, it's a abnormal take on a pretty heavily utilized section of the game. That's why I'm pretty sure you could probably find a lot of the cards that were getting tossed around as suggestions for cheap as well, because, like, no one really plays Reanimated Dragon. Like, the Kami War, I cannot stress enough, I think would be really nice. Because it's kind of like, what was the Old God Saga? The Golgari Saga? Thing of the Old Gods? I can't fucking remember its name. But, like, the Kami War feels like a little in that energy. Binding of the Old Gods, thank you. Do you have customers or not? Currently, yes, I do have some customers. This piece I'm doing right now is not for a customer. It was because I got soft bullied by a friend to do art for them. Or art of them. I wanted to have a little bit of fun with it. Ancient Gold is strong for Dragon. Yeah. No, fully, right? Like, that's why I was, like, looking at the Ancient Dragons. They're ones that I'm like, yep, nope, that makes a lot of sense by the fact that, like, Sky Island's down, you go get one of those, you can get a lot of, value out of that. And what is the... Do you remember the one dragon? I can't remember its name at all. I just remember it's red. The one that brings out your commander? For the turn? I wonder if that would be worth, considering as well. Do you draw for your friends for free? Okay. I don't quite like the way that's phrased, but no and yes. Again, I primarily do art that I want to do. But I will say, like, if someone genuinely wants me to do something, they're probably going to have to commission me. I'm doing this partly as a joke at the fact that I made a comment while talking with Yawa in DMs about how to be nicer to her, I'll do more art for her. Because I'm not nice, apparently. Again, it was very humorous, joking thing. Hellkai Corsair, yeah, that's the one. It's a way of accelerating your gameplay, and it also means that, like, if you've not, hit the mana values that you want, it means that you can lean more to the red mana of your deck as well, which it already kind of is heavy on. Right? You can have one of each basic at minimum in there for fetching from things, and then mainly red and green manas. Mana sources. 6 mana to bring out a 5 mana commander with an additional 2 mana to activate the commander ability. Yeah, but it also, I believe it comes with haste, and it also goes back to end of turn. So it doesn't add tax, so it means that if you've been taxed once, you can get it out for cheaper. It also means that, as I was saying, I'm pretty sure it's mono red and it requires multiple red pips. So if you've not hit your mana that you want, it happens. The answer tends to be more yes. No, I've told most of my friends a lot to go get fucked when they ask for art. Like, chat can even attest to this. I'm pretty much like, you have to convince me if you want me to try and do art that I'm not getting paid for, and I'm not easy to convince. I'll do funny things, but... Since I'm your friend and I do not have money, I expect you to draw for me? No. That's exactly there I would tell you to fuck off. That was close, sure. That was a nat 1 of persuasion. It really did feel like that, I'll be honest. Like, think of it like this, right? Is everyone I know that is like a tradie or anything like that, I'll give a friends and family discount to people I actually know if they're asking for things a lot of the time. But like to actually ask me to do something for free, I'm like, I'll consider the labor free, but the actual process, no. And because this is technically a resourceless job, I have to consider time as the resource that is being expended for it, which does mean I have to charge my service. I'm poor and you're poor, we can help each other out. Next you're gonna try and use the I'll pay you an exposure, and I'm going to tell you to get shove it right up your ass. I think the only people I've done art for like fully for free that they've asked for are people that have done so much for me that I'm like, no, I'll do the art for free because you basically already paid for it. That's the only time. I'm a stickler, man. I'm a businessman through and through. That's why I say, like, best you're getting is family friend discount if I actually know you personally. Most of my streamer friends I would offer that too. Not because of any negative things, it's just literally I don't know them well enough. Also, I don't think people I know would probably commission me, so. Then get less poor. You know, if you're homeless, just buy a house. Can we just love that moment for a second? I still never will forget that dumb fucking thing. Homeless, just buy a house. Let them eat cake, pretty much. Giving something for free is not a bad thing sometimes. You're not wrong. but your ethics to getting to that result are questionable. It would ask me for something they can easily do themselves if they put in equal effort as me. Yeah, I agree with that. I worked programming for many years, and the amount of times it's like, hey, team lead, can you organize this file? I'm like, you're qualified to, and it's like, yeah, but you do it better. And it's like, you can learn to do it better by doing it, you little shits. Needless to say, especially when I was team lead, I would tell them to get stuffed. So giving the computer a moment to catch up there. What the hell? By the way, I did actually have like a coworker that actively tried to always do that. He didn't do a bad job either. He just didn't want to do the work. And I'm like, look, I get it, buddy, but like, I'm paid slightly more than you to tell you what to fucking do, so do your job. Reminder to save frequently. You know, you've got a point. Let's do that. There we go. You're so materialistic. I'm so materialistic, yeah. How dare I? How dare I think about how I'm gonna feed myself? So materialistic nowadays. So like fucking corporate, like, things. It's like, oh, you guys just need to be happier with the amount of pay we're giving you. It's like, bitch, I can't eat. The fuck you mean happy? What's worse, I spend the time and effort to train you to be able to do it yourself. Don't ask me. Yeah, I've had that many a times as well. Gonna go now before I have to ask. Do I put the Dragon into the Scion of the Dragon deck? That'd be fucking funny. Admittedly, that'd be really funny. Just for the sheer shitpost energy, I would be down for that. Your brother asking you to get milk from the fridge every day without stopping or getting it himself. How about you get your own milk? It's the same fridge, yeah. The MA in Malice stands for materialistic? Fuck. I thought that stood for... No. Wait. Hold. I'm about to make a really funny joke. Trust me. Trust. Oh no, it's NA. Fuck. I was gonna make a joke about periodic table and salt. Anyway. How do you want your business to flourish when you do not help those in need, who need you? That is actually getting to the I'm gonna pay you an exposure argument. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you now, nah. Nah. Can't spell. Don't know you're an entrepreneur, James. What a loving spirit. Yeah. You're gonna get so far when you ask people, hey, give me this for free. I'm not gonna give you anything in return. Surprisingly enough, doesn't really get you far in life. At least in my experience. I know you will, but it takes time to be convinced. No! I'm gonna tell you now, again, chat can attest to this. They can offer suggestions and I will tell them to fuck off. If you're gonna come at me with the angle of do art for me, I'm not gonna pay you. I'm going to tell you to fuck off. Again, the only people that ask me for art and I give it to them willingly and I've not been paid directly by them is because they've paid for other things for me or they've helped me out in situations where I desperately needed help. Or have been good friends to me for, I don't know, what would be the most minimum? 5 years of constantly talking with me as a good friend and not approaching me for any other grander reason other than they wanted to hang out. Like, fuck, one of the only people I've done art for recently that was directly requested was, they wanted a profile icon in the style I do for the games of Doki. I've talked about the story before. This is an individual that's paid me a bunch of money, paid for an entire part of the PC, multiple hundreds of dollars, and has been a good friend of mine for quite some time. And he asked for a profile icon of a character I already intended to do stuff for, after me asking, can I please do something to pay you back? And that is the Fans Bond skin for Doki. It was designed with that person in mind. It was their suggestions, their requests. I upheld everything I could for it. Are you willing to spend about 800 New Zealand dollars and years of your life to try and get me to give you maybe something in return? If not, then you're sorely out of the in the wrong place. And we're talking about a person I've talked about very much private things, so like that's how good of a friend they are. It's disappointing. Damn. Well, much like I said to my parent, I'm glad to be a disappointment. Keymailer is actually active. Should check if new people made content for the thing. would get nothing without a campaign, but there seems to be organic movement. I mean, fuck it. Yeah, it sounds about right. Family's disappointed. Are you just trying to be an ass? Just asking this now so I can take appropriate action. Because I have a stern rule against being bigotry, and I'm gonna be honest, you're kind of skirting that line. I like to see the best in people, but, like, I'm also not an idiot. Just trying to talk. If you think that's trying to talk, you're gonna get a sore awakening at some point. Even if it was, like, trying to be funny and trying to do a bit or anything like that, you have to understand that while that stuff doesn't translate too well over text as well, on top of all things, you don't talk much to people normally, then yeah, like, I'm kind of in the same sense with Jin. Like, you seem very self-assured in a way that's probably not helpful. Like, again, I'm willing to talk this out up until a point, right? Like I said, I don't condone bigotry, and this is my space. I can set those rules. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but like, understand you are getting a very last warning energy right now. I will not stress enough, I won't tolerate much more bigotry. And I'm quite happy to say goodbye to you and never hear from you again. Just understand that you would not change a single moment of my life. You've not made an impact, not anything. Now, admittedly, that could be considered quite antagonistic, what I'm saying, but I don't know why you're upset. I'm not. Again, you're giving yourself a lot of credit if you think that I'm upset. I'm telling you what the case is. The fact that I haven't stopped my drawing to explain this to you shows how little brain power I need to put towards the scenario. Now, if you want to leave of your own volition because you no longer feel comfortable, that's fair. But I will not condone antagonizing other people. It's surprised at how a pair of new creators suddenly popped up and are having quite a big following. Normally, that's an indication of a couple of things. It's either the creator is rebranded or they've got support from someone else. Which is a lot more common than I like it to be, because that's what led to the complication in the last Indie Awards for streaming. Everyone remembers that. Tried using the business account to reach out. Sometimes I wonder if the issue is a lot of creators just don't have a system of business comms. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I do. I didn't say wrong, but if I'm unwanted, that's fair. Okay. I don't understand what you're asking at this point. If you're thinking what you've said so far is acceptable, then you're gonna get a, like we said earlier, you're gonna get a reality check at some point. Or I at least hope you do. I hope it's not too painful for you when it does happen. Demanding someone do something for free is not an acceptable thing to do to someone you don't know. Do it to a friend, already a bit of a dick move, but at least it's someone that knows you so they can judge whether or not it's acceptable enough to give you such a return on the investment of time that they've either spent with you or all this sort of stuff. Now again, I'm a very calculating individual and the way I phrase things can come off very harsh, but think of it as time versus reward. I have been a friend with X person for X amount of time, therefore that means there's a return value that I can attribute to that. They've earned this amount of trust, they've earned this amount of my active efforts and stuff like that. And I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. Now, again, most of the stuff I've just said is stuff that you don't really say to people, because it is somewhat socially unacceptable to just say it. A lot of people have very complicated feelings about attributing time and money to people like that. I do it as a ease of understanding myself. Most people do it unconsciously anyway. That's kind of my the point I'm trying to get to. Is simply put, it's a thing people do in their own way. And it's not to, like, again, it's not to say that you should be actively thinking about it. If you don't think about it and you have good relationships around you, great. Then there's no problem. But if you've been burnt by people, if you've had problems, then you start finding ways to justify things. Still insist on not drawing for me for free? Well, that's what you were asking earlier. Please understand that, like, we are criticizing you for that. Coming in and basically saying, do this for free because I'm supposedly your friend. I don't draw people for free, draw stuff for free, even for friends. I'm drawing this because, and again, I humorously put forward the joke that I was bullied into doing it. I am purely doing this of my own volition. And the individual I'm drawing for does not know I'm doing this. But I just kind of wanted to do more art of them. Because they're a cool person, and I enjoy their company, and I like their design. And I want to repay the, time and effort that they've put into being a good friend to me. What people feel when they're fairly invested into a relationship, the other side is unequal and unfair, defines a toxic relationship. Yep. And having gone through a couple toxic relationships in my time, yeah, no, and it feels like shit. And the worst part is you can continue to think, well, I just need to put more and more in, and eventually it'll work out, right? How long has it been? I can't think to how long it's been at this stage, right, Jen? Like, I still don't even I think it's been a long time. It's probably been a year or so since Yawa just randomly popped by and did a raid on me, and then we just started chatting more and more, and coming by often, talking about stuff. Then we did the repo collab, because I was like, sure, might as well do a collab with some other people, might be a good experience, take me out of my shell. When I was in such a poor state of it all. Maybe you haven't got it yet, maybe you see it as just useless work, but I see it as a human view to think about others. Okay, can I just ask a question? And I apologize if this comes off rudely. Are you equating me giving you something for free as a task of humane importance? It's like, I'm helping out my fellow man, therefore it is justified. Is this what you are putting forward as your idea? I'm not going to comment on what my thoughts on that until I get a response whether or not that is what I'm understanding. That you are requesting my action because you believe that it is, in your eyes, a woefully good thing for me to do for my fellow man. Am I understanding this correctly? I don't want to misrepresent your case. I will... Again, this is me giving benefit of the doubt to another individual. You're putting forward a case, I'm going to try and see if I can understand it and represent it the best I can. When you help others, it will be more valuable to them than the money you get. So, okay. Where is this coming from then, as a point? Are you going like, you should do more art for your friends? Is that what you're trying to put forward? Are you saying that I am in the wrong for not being more willing to have do art for free for my friends? Or people I am friendly with, or some sort of specific denotion or grouping. I'm not wanting to misrepresent the point that you're putting forward, and you've given me already a correction, so I'm trying to correct my point. Or correct my understanding of your point, I should say. I didn't mean that you were wrong, I mean that money comes and goes, but people remember. So are you trying to put forward that the arguments that I've stated are too materialistic, and that I am too focused on money and gain, and not enough on the value of the, I guess, the end product that is external to monetary value? Is that what you're putting forward? I'm giving the time, obviously, for you to be able to respond before I, like, say much more, because I feel like anything more I say at this point is going to... You should be gentle sometimes. So, are you saying that I am not, currently? That I'm not meeting this, denotion of gentle that you're putting forward? Like, please understand, I am just constantly trying to get a better understanding of the point you're putting forward. I apologize if it feels like I'm picking apart your argument in any way. It's just that I am having to understand a perspective that is written via text to me, so there is a lot of nuance that is missing. This is why having a nuanced discussion online is actively one of the more difficult tasks in the modern day. Like I said, trying my best to give you the benefit of the doubt with this conversation. Because obviously I'm left with the advantage that I can speak, and my nuances not per se as lost due to being able to speak it out and indicate it towards stuff. I've said what I've said. Okay, so I am to take that then as you have said all that you're willing to say on the matter and that you've made your case. Your opinion put forward. Like, by the way, I am fully letting you at any point withdraw any of your statements or anything, or backtrack on anything. I'm not against you saying anything along those lines if you truly think that, like, based on how I'm understanding this, there is a misrepresentation of the idea or that you're no longer in agreement with it. I understand that it is possible for a person to say something and not actually fully understand what they've said and then realize afterwards that it's not what they wanted it to be meant as. But based on that statement, I'm going to assume that you've put your point forward. I'm not going to really comment too much more towards this, I feel, outside of some basic stuff. If your assessment of me is that you think I am not good or nice because I am not willing to do some things for free, please understand I need to make a living. I have the painful need to eat, and I don't do that often enough. I currently don't meet my generic life requirements to live my day-to-day life. I have crippling medical problems that do not enable me to do a lot of forms of work. So and then on top of that, I have had a lot of people screw me over in my life for a variety of ways and a variety of things. One of the big ones is money. I am more particular about my time and money because I've always been highly analytical. And that's why we came forward with a statement of I, in a soft way, value people with time and money, or put a value behind things in a sense. However, back when I had a lot more money, when I was working, and when I was in a bit better of a state, just generally, I would donate a shitload of money to streamers because entertainment is something that is considered, in my eyes, priceless. Now, am I saying that that's what people should be doing for me? No. In fact, I make an active effort to tell people not to donate to me, even though I am in a crippling state of money being bad. So you have to understand, when I get someone that's going, you should do art for free, please understand that how I'm reading that and how I'm going to see that is you should not get paid for the work and effort you put in to things that you work hard on. The things you do are not valuable. Now, that may not be your intention, but please understand that there is an emotional attachment that is how that's going to come across. Now, I'm luckily enough on the slightly low of the emotional side, and why I'm willing to try and even have a constructive conversation around this. On top of that, I've done multiple degrees that required me to speak on an academic level in debates. I have been in arguments that I have gotten heated in, and I have learned it's not useful nor necessary to get heated in a debate, but to try and understand the opponent's point of view, and then from there, discuss whether or not you agree or disagree and explain why. I'm explaining I disagree because of perspective-based reasoning and because you've put forward a statement that is about a feeling. You feel that I, in a sense, am not maybe as achieving this humane argument, right? You're trying to undercut the value of my person again, not saying that that's intentional, but it is how it is perceived. Because you are lacking the context of how you are transmitting the statement. You have to understand it may be read poorly or not. I'm not interested in drawing, but I wanted to show you something. That was never something that was made clear by what you were putting forward. You have to understand, and I can pull up the chat history for this. You have come in asking whether or not I still draw illicit art, which I answered yes because it pays the bills, but I'm not actively doing it on stream because it is against terms of service. Then made comment of I should do art for free, and then made a comment on how if you were my friend, you would get art for free, and then said something along the lines of convincing me. These are the things you've said. I'm not I may be misrepresenting your intention behind those, but I'm not misrepresenting these statements. At what point was that a question to ask, hey, may I show you something? Now, I get that you may not be interested in art. Not everyone is. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I am not going to shame you for that in any way. In fact, that's the kind of beauty of the streams that I have, is irregardless of if you're interested in programming, art, or anything, I try and talk anecdotally and within a concept, a discussion topic, like we are now, more than I care about the art. Now, admittedly, I will ask questions about the art from time to time, asking what people think, what things could be changed, and all that. That's about it. Now, again, I will not deny there may have been an argument I could have been probably a little less hostile in moments. But please understand that it's really hard when someone just comes in and tells you you're doing things wrong. Not intentionally, but how it can be seen. So, I apologize if maybe I came off too rude, but also, I will not deny that your statements have come off as quite rude. Hey, Bug, how's it going? Sorry you came in the middle of that. I was telling you you're wrong. No, again, I agree in there. I wasn't per se told I was wrong. I am just, we're going through a more lengthy and, I'm trying to keep it academic debate point. Of statements of money is fleeting, I should do art, more for free. What was it? I said that money comes and goes, and when you help someone who needs you, they do not forget your kindness. I won't disagree with that at all. There is definitely a valid statement there, but also asking for art is not part of that. I would definitely say asking for someone art for free of someone is not helping them in a time of need, or like getting art from someone for free by request is not helping someone in a time of need. And I would only do that with someone that I knew, at most. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Bug, I was gonna ask you a question. Cause chat wanted to know. In general society. So now, okay, now I'm going to comment on that. You're now putting an argument forward of common sense, and I'm gonna tell you now, in my entire years of study, I came to understand a very simple fact. Common sense doesn't exist. You cannot make a generalized statement of in society. No, you mean in the society around you or the society that you understand. Chat wanted to know. Sweeve, shut up. You did want to know. Come on. But yeah, what may be common sense to you is not common sense to others. Therefore, it is no longer common sense. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't go around pushing people out of my way in public. I'm a polite person. Anyone that knows me closely knows while I can be an asshole, I can also be one of the most caring people. You know? That's why I was trying to really patient and new hires at work, yeah. Oh god, new hires at work, I understand that problem. Oh god. I bet that's gone well. Blame chat, yeah. I think you're starting to understand. No, I've not changed anything of my opinion. I'm putting forward the fact that nothing, like, I'm just telling you how I see the situation. Nothing of my opinion has changed, nor have I changed my understanding of what you've said. I think you're just misrepresenting a lot of things, personally. Especially on the global age of the internet. There's a lot of things considered common sense, personally. Okay, you want to know an example? I'm going to test this on everyone in chat. Everyone, you want to participate in a little fun experiment? What is your thoughts about sitting on a table? Very simple. What's your thoughts about sitting on a table? Can't argue with you about this. Welcome to the finer points of debate. Normal? Cool. I'm going to immediately use that. Are you ready? In New Zealand, it is considered what we call tapu, which is basically a bad omen. You do that, you'll anger the spirits. If you do it, it is bad juju, and we believe it. And we agree to it. Why do we agree to that? Because it's dirty. Don't put dirty thing on a place you may eat from. That's bad. It's bad manners. It's bad everything. You do not put your bum on the table. Hot? I mean, okay, I will not deny there's a little bit of that element I could agree with. But butt on the table is bad. That is common sense in my country. Now, see how I've given a additional denotion to that statement. It's common sense in my country. Right? Now, does everyone in my country know that statement? No. But you'll definitely find it is a very commonplace. This is the point that I'm making with common sense. Common sense is not common. It is general things within groups or people. And it is different per grouping. Your neighborhood might think of something common. Your city might think of something common. Your region might think of something common. But not everyone else. Eh? But yeah, no, Bug, you ready for this question? This was like at the start of stream, someone asked me about this. So... And I did make a joke at it, and I wanted to ask you, because it would be funny. Alright. What's your thoughts on lewd fan art of yourself? It only actually applies to very specific things. Yeah. Think you're starting to insult me here? I'm not intending that if that's the case, and I apologize if that's how it's coming across. I am not insulting a person. I would never. It's literally against how I do shit. I'm okay with sorta lewd, I guess. I mean, Bug has big boobs, so I feel like it's just gonna happen. But deaf not fools, not safe for work. There you go, see? See, chat? There's your answer. It's different for everyone. If you're wondering, this was brought on by someone making an offhand comment that because I've shown you before, right, Bug, the fact that some of the drawings I've done with like mouse and stuff have like lewd faces on there. And I think it was Clap asked very briefly, hey, would you do that with the Yawa one? I'm like, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't appreciate it. And I'm pretty sure it's like against her, the way she wants art done of her. But like other people I know would probably be quite fine with that. And I think I name dropped you at that point. Literally had someone say hi to me in Beb's chat for the first time ever and literally went, oh, you're the one with the big boobs. Oh, I mean, what a way to be known. That actually reminds me of like dealing with a 10-year-old where it's just like, this is your auntie. It's like, auntie, oh, you're the auntie with the big boob. That's wild that someone would just say that. What an identifier. Yeah, I know, right? Can't even imagine the disrespect, yeah. Especially knowing that I'm only doing this because Yawa bullied me. Oh yeah, in case you're curious, this is the drawing book. I haven't zoomed out in a while. And I've just had Yawa's reference sitting there for a long time. It's too late, it's already out there, exactly. Oh, it's one of those ones where like, I definitely could see it being taken like not so well, but I feel like if someone said something like that to me, I'd laugh my head off. To be fair, the amount of times I've come in a chat and it's like, oh look, it's the old man. It's like, thanks guys. But it's still not safe from spying. True. I don't know, Yawa might still be online. I'm still dreading if she comes by. And here's that I'm doing because she bullied me. And I'm telling everyone that she bullied me. You're the unk with the big cheeks! Holy shit, imagine. Imagine actually being like at a Christmas dinner. It's like, I don't know. Oh, that's right. You're the uncle with the big ass booty. It's like, I'm sorry, what? It's like, yeah, Auntie said that your ass cheeks clap. It's like, ah. I feel like there's some conversations that's been happening around the kids that shouldn't be happening. What even brought about like the large-scale not safe work discussions? I can't even remember. You built like a sack of pancakes from Denny's. Whoa, that's so good. That's actually so fucked up. That's so good. I can't wait to hear that I've got an identifier like that one of these days. I'm sorry, sir. The clap of my ass cheeks just keep alerting the guards. Kids are blunt and innocent, sometimes unknowingly cruel. Yes. Oh, 100%. Again, you dealt with kids, you know 100% those little assholes can be assholes. Not even intentionally. At some point they do it on purpose. Yeah, that's when they get to like the early teens, right? When they start going like, wait, I can make people cry. That's at least what I did. It's a reminder I was not a good kid. I know I did, I get a reaction. I was just a little manipulative shit. And I would gaslight the fuck out of people. And get them to do what I want. Like, the words... Oh god, you're so mean! It's something that I just, like, still get an eye twitch whenever I make those jokes. Does sometimes satisfy the need for attention, and making strong statements tends to get people to talk to you or about you more. True. Literally trying to grab something out of a case for a customer and had to stand on my tippy toes. Child looked at her dad and went, oh no. Oh no. Shim! That's... You know, they should bring back smacking kids. Holy shit, that's... Dude, if I was that parent, my eyes would have just bulged out my skull and I would look you dead in the eyes and I'm like, I'm so sorry. You have full right to hit my child right now. No one will be allowed to tell you off. That's actually so foul. Holy. Dude, kids are cruel, Jack. Is this what you mean by service industry work being mandatory? Exactly this. We need service work to be mandatory, please. The world would be such a better place. Oh, that's what... No, wasn't it a fucking joke about drawing people pregnant? That's right. That's where we got onto this. It was because we were talking about Ollie. Now I'm remembering where the discussion for, like, lewd art for people came from. Because it's just, like, the sheer difference between you've got, like, Crony that has really asked very clearly, don't do lewd art of me. And if you do, don't put it in the main tags. And then you've got Ollie that actively not only likes and retweets, but comments on art, and it's like art of her pregnant. Like, I don't know who's more down bad, Ollie or Gigi. You're gonna draw yourself pregnant? No! Why does everyone want me to draw imprig? I don't even know how that would work. The body shape for that's just gonna be very difficult for someone like me. Struggle hard enough with the idea of drawing someone pregnant. Yeah, no, that's the second time someone's asked me today if I'm gonna draw myself pregnant. Y'all fucking want imprig, I swear. Y'all grew up with too much Sonic stuff going on. Start with a beer belly? I mean, I could do that. I got one of those. Dude, I got that dad bod going. Hell yeah, brother. Like, how do I have a beer belly when I haven't drank alcohol in, like, months? Some bullshit. Yeah, it's also the fun part when you think about it. You realize, like, for a split moment, I'm like all of the stuff that you've seen, sober. I don't get drunk. I just am drunk of life. God, that sounds cringy to say. Please save me. Save me from myself. Quick. Yo, bro, I'm just high on life. No, you're high on something else, buddy. Definitely high on something else. Drug-free. Fucking in this day and age. Like, that's the most bullshit thing I've heard. No need to get drunk when we know you can get out your... See, that's the thing, is you guys have asked for, like, a drinking stream. You do realize absolutely nothing would change, right? It would be, honestly, just disappointing at that point. The ring finger tattoo? Oh, yeah. Am I gonna introduce you to wrestling? Please don't. I know a little bit about wrestling stuff, enough to, like, get by, and it's the same with car talk. I know enough to get through a conversation and, like, match some interest from people that are really intense about it, then get the fuck out of that conversation. Not that I hate the conversations, it's not my, like, thing. Just be extra sleepy unless I was doing something engaging. Yeah. So what I'm hearing is drinking watch along stream, right, Bug? As part of his brand, straight edge. God damn. That's hell of a brand. Throw each other over their shoulder. Look, okay, this is where I show like a little bit of my like fucked up side. I don't like wrestling, I like UFC. If there ain't no blood, I'm not interested. Because I've basically been in UFC scenarios. I gotta feel like the fight's a little bit more dangerous. You what? Yeah. I'll watch UFC. Or at least a little bit of it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I will definitely watch it. I hated when wrestling did bladed and introduced blood. See, and again, I want to stress, that's fair. I'm just fucked up because I used to, like, fight a lot, right? So, when I look at wrestling, I'm just like, this is less interesting to me than just watching, like, an action anime. But, I'm not saying that it's not interesting to everyone. Like, I can see where it's got its charm, it's just not for me. Why would you fight? You see, Bug, as I said before, I wasn't always a smart or good kid. And you know what dumb and fucking bad kids did a lot? Fight. With less concussion and trips to the hospital. Yeah, true. Like, again, you can see sometimes with how my speech goes, right? Where I just, like, shift into a lot more of a bogan way of speaking. Look, I have got 2 degrees under my belt. I can speak like an educated individual if I must. But fuck knows, I deep down am a degenerate. And again, like the people that looked after me weren't my parents, it was the drug dealers in the neighborhood. Like, it was real fun chatting with one of my mates that's also, like, very hood-esque. And just, like, it was a situation of, like, name-dropping a bunch of people, and we're like, oh, damn, you knew that guy? Oh, I knew that guy. Shifting them on medical insurance, yeah. And if you get me to be serious, which might be for like 5 minutes, yeah. Like I said, I did 2 degrees. I have like all that understanding and everything under my belt. I'm pretty good with it. As we showed earlier, I was trying to like do an analysis of a statement and get all the information I could out of it, the scenario before making my counterpoints, because that's how you actually do debate on like proper academic levels. You don't just tell the person they're wrong. You ask them all for all the information and try and get a mutual understanding going, and then you can develop from there your perspective on with what they've got. Right? It's really important to always respect the other person as a person in the discussion. I say chat, I don't like calling chat, I do it only with shitposting. Because I respect you guys as individuals. You are. There's a human being behind that name. Smart professionally, unga bunga recreationally. Hell yeah, brother. Me being like, say something profound and then goes on to make pee pee poo poos. That's about right. I also am no better sometimes. I mean, again, like, I draw pornographic art. I'm not exactly someone that I would consider high quality and high everything, but, like, that's why I have to keep reiterating. I do have 2 fucking academic bachelor degrees. I'm not just a degenerate online. I'm also a degenerate in academic. I mean, what? Do you know people who have never broken a bone in their life? I know a couple, but I can definitely say I ain't in there. See, I'm the high-ranking degeneracy. We're getting that good shit. But yeah, I think some of the other discussions came from, like, for the not safe for work stuff. It's like, look, I stand by my, like, it has to be consensual, or at least indicated that the person has nothing wrong with doing art of them. One of the best constant examples I will always give is the art that I have on my computer that I did for someone as a commission of Mint and Doki loot art. And those, literally, I asked them, is there evidence of these 2 being okay with it? And they sent me a clip of those 2 fucking screaming about begging for it. And I'm like, yeah, alright then, I've got no reservations. But, like, if I got asked, would you do lewd art of X or Y? And I'm like, I know they actively don't want it. Yao is a great example of that. If someone, like, let's just go under a really niche scenario. Someone came to me and was like, could you do lewd art of Yao? I'm like, no. Because I know that's not liked. Crony's the example I keep using for the most part, though, because it's like Crony has actively said, like, they don't want to see it in their art tag. And I'm like, cool, you've now got evidence of the fact that them saying, I acknowledge it's going to happen, I would prefer not to see it. I'm like, cool, I'm just not going to do it because that's not really wanted. Unless I have assurance, maybe under some situation, I guess, depending on how much I'm being paid, I guess, that art is going no further than that person's computer. Like, this is not to be reposted, this is not to be put anywhere. You want lewd art for your fucking, I don't know, background or your computer? Go for it, chief. I ain't gonna stop that. Just don't stream with it because I'm drawing lewd art, dear god. Didn't know that, actually. What about Crony not liking, not safe for work? Yeah, no, there was I think there's a short somewhere of it that I could probably pull up. Of her actively saying, like, I don't like it. Yes. She actually did outright say, like, I don't like it. And it's like, cool. Let's praise that, right? Look, there should be... These are individuals. These are real people behind a model, right? They should be treated as such. Now, admittedly, it's hard when it is a pseudo-fictional individual, right? Like, they're putting on a fictional persona. That's VTubers in a nutshell. I'm probably one of the best examples against that, but, like, I still am arguably putting on a persona of Mallet the old man, right? Whereas I'm not Mallet in real life. Surprise, I know, it's gonna hurt a lot of you guys, like, perception. My name's not actually Mallet in real life. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've broken the immersion. I'm horrible. But yeah, no, it's we put on personas, but it's still people underneath, so you gotta treat them like that. So not liking it, it's against the guidelines. I assumed as much as well, right? Like, I would be highly doubtful that y'all would be allowing that under the guidelines. You aren't Malith? What? Yeah, Malith isn't my legal name. I'm sorry. You're not an old man. You're an evil. Fuck, goddamn. I wish. I mean, what? Look, I know what my types are. I know what my types are. That's one of those ones where, like, you know those memes you see online where it's just like the press this button, become this person, or press this button and become all that, right? It's like, get $1 million or become a femboy. I'm like, I'm hitting that twice. I'll gacha that shit happily. The fuck am I following on LinkedIn then? Okay, that's far fucking funnier than I expected that to be. That's really funny. Backtracking immediately. Don't you fucking dare backtrack. One leads to the other, yeah. Being a femboy does lead to $1 million. In this day and age, honestly, it actually kind of does. Again, I'm so glad we've now moved from always objectifying women to now objectifying feminine men. Such a great society we live in. Okay, that was probably a little too more political than I would like as a joke, but you know, sometimes I'm tired and my filter is a little less effective. Don't clip me saying that! God damn it. Well, that's gonna look bad. Hey, yeah, exactly. It takes a real man to be best with girl. To be fair, it is really funny that I have actually now been introduced as the gay friend now to some friend groups. There's mixed feelings on that one, right? I've got mixed feelings, but I ain't gonna tell them off. It's not wrong, per se. I definitely have favoritism towards men now. But that's just really funny. Soon I'll be invited over to the girls' sleepovers. That's when I'll enact my plan of talking about boys with them. You think I'm kidding? I'll be honest, if I was invited over to like a girl's sleepover at this point with most of the girls that I know, we would 100% be talking about sucking dick. Okay, this is getting a little probably too much of a conversation now for some of y'all. So we'll put a pin on that one. To be fair, I was really mean the other day about something. You guys were... My social anxiety ass could never. So, you guys want to hear a joke that I may have made against a friend that is like, they're bi, but they've never really been with a woman? I think they've been with a woman once? And they like to still hold on to the fact that they're bi, and I'm like, yeah, they are. But I did say something slightly mean, which is I just said, oh, you're into woman? Okay, let me look at your middle and ring finger of your most dominant hand. Oh, so you haven't clipped those nails. And I just left it at that, and if any of you understand what I've just said, you'll understand how mean that is. What did I tell you about not making me spam the clip command? Scary shit. That's fair, Jen. That is fair. I normally only do that when I'm playing Magic or drinking. Staying up and talking with people. Careful with clips. Yeah, no, I have to be scared now of you guys. You'll find my weakness moments. And then I'll look at them and I'll go, that's really funny now, and I will post it. Speaking of, I do need to quickly download a couple shorts soon. Rating someone in the shout-out brings up some insane stuff. True. Oh yeah! That all should be set up now, by the way. The shout-out stuff. Be good. I need to test it properly, but that's another time kind of thing. Is there anything else that we wanted to test out, Sweeb? Because I could try and test anything out while I'm thinking on the topic of it. Shout out bug. I mean, it should just, it just pumps the command, right? It's a responsive one, so it's a reflexive. I'd only be able to test it on reflex. I wonder what happens if I test this trigger. Do we want to see what happens if I just set this to test the trigger? Random. I don't know who that is. Interesting. I don't know if that worked. I actually can't see. Does the shout-out thing turn up? Sweet. Interesting, it doesn't look like it actually put through the slash command. Looks like it worked. No, it's the on Twitch's side. Did you see the pop-up for like it saying the shout out stuff? Because there is a specific command for doing like the shout out, right? So if we pull up chat. Yeah, no, it's not over on YouTube at all. It's only over on Twitch you'd see stuff. So say I do... No, it didn't then. So it didn't trigger the command line. So how do I force it to trigger a command line? Can I do something for this? Sweep shout out, exactly. Sweep, you're my guinea pig. Deal with it. Well, you're the first guinea pig. I can only guinea pig, what is it again? I think it's like once every hour and then there's a 2-minute cooldown. It's once per hour per person. Kind of it, I mean, what? Sure, there's probably a way to do this. That's really weird that it doesn't seem to have like a just direct thing for that. Does it run a clip by default? I honestly don't know how it works. I don't know much about Twitch. It's like it gives you a banner, and then if you've not followed the individual, there is a pop-up to follow them, if I recall correctly. Is what shouting out does. But it just seemed like if we go back to it, it looked like it just, with the automation, it just didn't say it, like say the slash shout out. Right? It gave the name, but it didn't do the shout out. But when we wrote it in the chat, obviously manually, I just ran the command. Okay, I'm gonna have to double check how if I can run command lines. I'm sure there's a way. If not, there's probably a plugin, right? At some point, I will actually have a thing so you guys can see what chat commands are available to you. But for now, it's like whenever you want to know, it's those are the ones, right? What's your guys' favorite chat command? I wish to apologize. Clearly clip, that's fair. I feel like clip worked out really well. It's nice, it's simple. Sure, it has the nasty delay to it, but like that's a necessary evil to ensure that it actually gets the data correct. Points a gun at me from the screen and shoots me. Hell yeah. Help's pretty good. Let's be honest. I fucking knew it. One of these days the help command will actually be a help command and not just a like go fuck yourself. But today is not the day. Clip is nice and easy, yeah. Again, it's one of those things, I'm just really happy with how the state of it all ended up. It worked out rather nicely. Which reminds me, Sweep, has Yawa set up a internal clip trigger? Do you know? Welcome back, Clap. Fair enough. I do hope the passing out is nice and pleasant. But I wish she would. I mean, the easy way to know if she's got a command set up yet for the thing, which I doubt she's probably got the system I have, is to see whether or not she's been using clips at time of stream under her name. Remember to water? You know what? That's actually a good point. I've had a cup of water today, and that is it. The room isn't exactly cool. It's very hot. Dying. What you drawing? I'm drawing Yawa. And we're nearly done with like the cleaned up lineup. It's like the hair and the other foot, and then we're done on the bow at the bottom there. One of these days I'm gonna get a better tablet, man. It's so nice. After the PC and maybe a chair. Do need to get a new chair at some point. This one is not good ergonomically. Love the pose. I'm actually pretty happy with the pose. I basically was looking for a bunch of ideas this morning because I kind of was feeling like that twirl falling energy. And there's no nice way of saying it. There's not many that have like the body shape that Yawa has, which is, I'll leave it at that. So it became quite a challenge to actually like preset the sketch for it, which was, this was the sketch I started with, right? Then we adapt it to this. With the cleanup, and now we're on this. Yeah, see, Clap remembers. I don't know why Clap's so interested in looting people, but you know, everyone's got their own thing. I think chat commands are the best depending on how the audience interacts, which is a non-answer, I know. I've seen commands that have chat stream interactions used a lot, and some stream chats don't get used. Yeah, it's why, like, I'm not gonna probably do too much funny and fancy ones, because I know when it comes down to it, like stuff like interactions, it's easier to just set those up with like the point systems, and it also means that you're less likely to get them abused in a way against you, like weaponizing them. Right? Because it's one of those things, if you added a command that's like water or stretch or do an activity, other than obviously putting a cooldown on them, they are abusable when you've got bad actors involved. This is a cool thing I want to put, but this is an inside joke. I mean, that's what shove is, right? Like, shove is a terribly inside-ish joke to those that were here when I was fucking around with that stuff. And it's gonna be one of those things that I'm gonna have to get really good at remembering how to say it in full. Because I bet people are gonna ask me, what the hell is that? And I'm just like, it's Mandarin. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, but yeah, have a good sleeps there, Clap. I also do love that I just kind of clicked again to the moment of realization that, like, the only music we listen to at the moment, it's been like almost all year, the only music we listen to for like the art stream is just the Stardew Valley soundtrack. I refuse to put anything else on because it's just nice. And because like any of the music I normally listen to, I'm not allowed to listen to on stream. Because it's copyright. And I can't be asked setting up the thing that at least works for Twitch, doesn't work in YouTube. Just the multi audio track output. Am and am not looking forward to the weekend. I very much understand that feeling. I mean, tomorrow, I'm gonna be hanging out with a friend for his birthday. We're gonna go bowling with a bunch of people. And I'm like, my full goal is to play bowling and get drunk. Well, I can't get drunk. Drink some alcohol. That is gonna probably be fucking expensive, because it's a goddamn, whatchamacallit place. Temple bowling. I assume it's Temple bowling, because otherwise, I mean, there is some bowling places here. We're like doing bowls. Can't I just do that angle? Sometimes there's just that one angle, you can't get it right. And it starts pissing me off. There, that's good enough. I'll fix this with it. There we go, that's better. Bowling in Germany, it was underground and felt like I was descending into a French skull tomb. Holy shit, that sounds metal as hell. I'm not gonna lie. I'm realizing I don't think I've gone bowling in nearly like 4 years. Because I think the last time I went bowling was with my ex. So it's been a while. I'm definitely gonna be out of practice. Which is like how I do bowling. It's I do terribly for up until the last 3 rounds of the first time I play, and then I just start getting only strikes and spares. If I play a second round, it's disgusting. And if you think I'm being like exaggerating somewhat, I'm not. Welcome to a guy that's all about physics and math and shit. You think my brain doesn't like go, cool, now I've figured out the trajectory logic in my head. I can now do this. What score bracket you get? I can't even remember. Like, I cannot stress enough. I think it's like hundreds on the second try, or like maybe 80, like somewhere between 70 and 90 on the first try. I want to say. Like, again, the first time, it's like, I'll get maybe 5 to 7 pins on average up until, like, near the end where I start getting 9s and 10, and, like, 9s and then spares. And then I get, like, a strike at the very end of the first set of go. First round. Warm-up game doesn't count. Yeah. No, I probably in the 100, 200 range, because it's what, 300 to cap, right? I think I've only gotten a 300 score twice. And that, I believe, requires you to only get strikes. When am I taking a bunch of VTubers bowling? We're gonna have to do it in fucking VR chat though, right? To be fair, I really wish I could set up a VR system again. I do have, like, my old HTC Vive sitting on my desk. I just don't have a way of putting the sensors up. I'd do it otherwise. I couldn't stream it, I can tell you that for damn certain. My computer would die if I tried. That sounds noisy. What, you mean doing bowling in VR? I mean, yeah, I bet it would probably be noisy. Bowling is noisy in general. Did I talk about the Meta Quest actually selling well among new gen? I think so. I know I've seen it though. Like it's one of those things of like I know I really would like to upgrade my VR setup because there's so many better upgrades now. HTC Vive was one of the best back when I bought it. It probably dates it a fair bit. How long I've had that around. But yeah, no, I'd love to get more into VR stuff. I've talked before how like best case scenario for me, which it's not happening, but best case scenario would be I would do VTubing in a 3D model space because I would probably prefer to have the sheer amount of like movement ability to be able to like hand gesture because I do a lot of hand gestures even now. A lot of hand gestures even now. So I feel like I'd love to have a 3D model if I was to fully express myself. Though you'd also see moments like right now where I am basically dead still aside from my fingers and arm moving. Or like very little of my face is moving, which you can kind of tell with the model. And I am just like staring very intensely in front of me. In fact, I probably look very angry because that's my resting face. I'm a very angry man, apparently. According to everyone that is just doesn't talk to me. Parents, they see VR as cheaper than a console and it's easier, exciting gift. Yeah. Yep. No, that sounds about right. It's honestly, I think VR is slowly creeping in more to the gaming sphere than it was before. Its biggest problem before was it felt very niche. Now it feels a lot less niche and it's a lot more fun for that. Can I bring up a streamer no one talked about before here? Sure. Especially, like, again, I'll always say, like, if it's on topic, I see no reason not to. It's a disadvantage to the conversation if you aren't able to bring up relevant people, as an example. Right? Like, you don't have to wait for me to be the one to bring them up. Otherwise, the VTuber game would always be only VTubers I directly talk about. Katrina. I don't know if I know them off the top of my head. I apologize for not knowing. Fell for her content because she's one of the earliest to use hand 3D models for her content. Ooh. That's fair. That's fair. Big from JP. Okay. That probably explains why I don't know, because I admittedly, to my own fault, I do not know Niji JP very well. By the time I was really interacting with Niji, it was either like Vox or... I was about to say the wrong name. Nino Kasaka were all I really interacted with for Niji. I don't know what I mean by the wrong name. Chat, shut up. The way she emotes and reacts with her hands, playing games was fun to watch. I mean, was it Suri is the current one that everyone's talking about? Because she's, like, recently done up her setup and she is fairly popular. And I will not deny I have feelings when I see some of her content. I only know the most popular from there. Okay. It's mostly one fan subber who clipped a lot. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like, it's just one of those things where I'm like, I will openly admit I don't know, and that's why I'm just gonna, like, I say it that way, because it's like, look, at least it prefaces that it's like, no, it's on me, I don't know it. It happens. People don't know everything.
Nobody knows everything. Except me. I know fucking everything. I know your social security number.
Suri? No, Suri. Suri? Is that how it's said? That's... Salary. This VTuber. Which, like, this is the model tracking that she's got set up currently. Where it even tracks her chair movements really well, it tracks her finger movements, everything. It's really good, and it's like, I cannot stress enough, I would 100% if I was more committed to streaming, and I was taking it more as a job, and had like a full dedicated room for it all and stuff like that, 100% her setup would be what I would love to see eventually. Sorry, no, that's, yeah. So hey, Shep, how's it going? Time to shower and look more into oil rigs. Ah, yes, the American dream. I absolutely love the stuff. I'll see if I can find clips of some of her recent tracking. Short videos. I'm gonna warn you guys, again, the way everything moves and everything, she's slightly not safe for work, but God, it makes me feel things.
If you want to beat somebody like that person, you punch right where it hurts. So his liver, right? I don't know where is right and left, but we're going to assume this is here. So you just punch hard here, and then he will fall onto the ground. just as so. And what you can do then is just sit on his face like that. Yeah, yeah. What do you think about this? You know? Then what you can do is just step on it. Take this, you fool. Yeah, yeah. You hate this. Then you can just, you know, remove your shoe and just press this on his face. Yeah, that would teach him a lesson.
Yeah. 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 Oh, I think, is this like the famous pose that's gotten... Yeah.
What do you mean, you? You never liked a woman in your life. You would never say you to feet, especially if it's like, you know, your lover. I mean, I don't say I'm your lover, but come on, I'm not bad looking. Why would you? You, my feet. They are good looking. I've put my nail polish on. You know, I clean them. As you can see, it's not dirty but underneath. It's perfect. What the fuck is wrong with you telling you to feet?
She would fit right into Nikkei, she really would. What choices, yeah. It's, look, there's not many choices when you've got, like, her new model. Her new model is incredibly good, but most of her stuff clipped is...
You're a grown-up woman and use a VTuber avatar. Why? I'm making thousands of money with just being a VTuber. I did it because I enjoy anime. I enjoy the entertainment and the creativity behind it. But I started making money out of it. So now I just keep going. So it's a job. And it's a passion. It's both mixed together. That is what it is.
There you go. That's a great way of putting it. What if I oh god, it's TikTok I've clicked on. I'm sorry, everybody.
Here's my nose. Nice, huh?
It's lagging.
Oh, I meant... Oh, I was coughing.
Did she?
Here's my nose. Coughing. Here's my nose.
Alright, anyway, we've shown the clips. So that's what I mean by, like, the tracking. Like, that's the tracking I would... Oop. Okay. The teeths, yeah. Alright, that's the tracking I would love to have if I had the choice. Apparently, fucking OBS just disconnected. I apologize. I would love that. That would be insanely cool to have. I think they lag the web version on purpose, probably. I mean, I'm never downloading the fucking app. I'm probably gonna have to download the app because I'm gonna have to start posting on there at some point. I don't like short form content. It's such a fucking dumb thing, but it's so lucrative on your channel growth. Grr-arg. Chat, save me from TikTok and Instagram and Snapchatting and all the things. Chat, please. Chat. You know it's serious when I'm calling you chat, and it's definitely never because it's funny. Chat, please. No. It's so foul.
Gotta get that impression rate up. Because that's what matters on YouTube, not actual views, just impression rate.
TikTok stinky. Hey man, I've downloaded, I think, Snapchat once so I could use a filter and then I uninstalled it. Because I heard about a filter on it and it sounded funny. I used it and I'm like, ha, it is funny, bye. That's it. Alright, there we go. Chat, it's ready. Chat. You like the word chat? No, I'm gonna stop. Alright, everybody, it's ready. We have now done the art. We have made one art. Can I have one art? Thank you. Okay. Now here's the fun part. We now need to find all of the spots that don't close up correctly. I could... Oh wait, I'm still refer to other layers. Sheer amount of lag. Yeah, it's still open somewhere. Yeah, you are. The only open spot? No, it's clearly somewhere else. I have Snapchat, but it's how I message my grandma. She won't use anything else besides email. I prefer email. Gotta be real with you. A VTuber rated me for not being a good chatter when making clips and watching for 2 years, but at one point they kept bringing it up and affected the flow and mood, so I stayed with the Discord community and quit watching. Not gonna claim, oh, I'm brave for speaking up, but it's just discovery and shit can be a rabbit hole. Yeah, no, it's sucky sometimes as well, because it's like, you can have the best of intentions with that stuff, and I've talked before, like, it's why I only talk about discovery things with you guys, because it's fascinating to me, right? Like, I study this shit constantly because I find it really important to pay attention to. Go there. Okay, well, that's clearly wrong. Uh-oh. That's telling me that's gonna hit the whole dock. Yep. Where are you missing? Here and here? I need to find a good answer for dealing with this problem that I'm in. You guys know a good answer? That's hitting the whole dock again. The problem being, closing up the final stuff, because, like, obviously I can mix a pixel or two from time to time. And I don't want to run with, like, a thicker brush, because that just starts getting problematic, but, like, if this, as an example, let's just see. See, it kind of flows out, but that's fine. That's within an acceptable range. But it's like when it's what we just fixed a second ago, it's like it is just kind of annoying. Cause yeah, see, again, we just had the same kind of issue. Because to explain what I'm kind of doing, by the way, I'm using reference to other layers to basically be able to speed up the fill tool shit. I'm just gonna yoink the colors off of Yawa for now to just kind of like fill in these so I can actually update the colors correctly later. Probably should be this color for now. And this color. Right, and that's that. That. Yeah, it's only slightly menacing when the eyes are like empty. What's my favorite brushes? Okay, so I have, if we go to here, I use MP Legendary Liner. It's one that I found. That's the one I use for sketching. So if we take this away, go down to these layers, that's what I used for this layer here. Right? It's a really nice one for doing like very basic sketch work. Absolutely gorgeous. Outside of that, I use a very modified G pen. I've recently started using pretty intense anti-aliasing. As an effort to try and compensate for a lot of things. That's why, again, the more you zoom in, the more you see how jagged and intense the lines are, but at a distance, it actually looks perfectly fine. This helps with doing the fill tool problems, because what would happen before is if I was using this at, like, the more blurred thing, and I would say, let's have a circle here. Well, that's not a good circle, but this. If we zoom in, you can actually see that the line's got variation on its coloring. Whereas if we go to the anti-aliasing, you can see even if I do a quick sketch, it's never variable, it's always a set color. This just causes more problems when you have it as the other way. That's what I'm learning to try and get better with. That's what it does? Yes. Stabilization mode, I've also got really high. It helps with the curves of the model and design. With the fill tool, like I said earlier, I use refer to other layers most of the time, or a close and fill. I have a little bit of close gap, which I think helps with the kind of problem that I was talking about. I found that doing the rectangle scaling mode works better, especially once you've used anti-aliasing. And then just refer to all layers on the refer. And yeah. Could probably try running anti-aliasing on this as well. Now, what you're seeing as well with the Yawa on the top there, that is using a sub view where I get to basically input a file from my computer onto the document, and I can basically hold, like, I can just hover over it and it does this. I don't even have to do like the hold alt thing, which is really nice. That's lagging, so that's hitting the whole thing. Yeah. And then I use a lot of, I just use a lot of, like, hotkeys. Like right now, I'm using obviously like X and stuff like that constantly. See this stuff here. Wouldn't be same if it was a pixel brush. No, that's the point. This is the pixel brush. The anti-aliasing. So again, think of it like this. Anti-aliasing is trying to basically smooth out the actual drawing that you're doing, right? So it creates really nice looking lines, but it creates worse line art to use. Like, if you're actually using it for line art to draw, it creates worse. So, surely that's good now. I'm on the wrong layer. Oh. Hit the full dock again. There. It blurs the outlines and creates a not uniform thing. Yeah. Does it look worse? It looks worse when you're trying to use the fill tool. So again, like, in some of my older pieces, I've noticed a lot, like, it will create, overall an effect around everything. That means I have to go through and do more cleanup. Whereas with this, I feel more happy with, like, it just consistently going up to the edge, sometimes going a little over, which is what we saw with the drawing I did for this outfit. But this is an example of, like, me practicing exactly with what we're talking about, right? That's why I say, like, the moment you zoom in, it looks a lot worse, but you zoom out and it looks perfectly fine. You don't actually notice how rough it is. Consume water. I will probably consume water very soon. Whoops. Just go back to... Thank you. But I do need to consume water soon. And then it was like red for the shoes, right? That's like very basic coloring of it all. It's a choice that matches your style. It's a choice. So, okay, what I'll say is it's a choice that speeds up my style. And again, this is where we start sounding a little depressing, and you can say what you want to me on this. I have to look at art in a way that is monetary, right? Hell diving time? Hell yeah. I have to look at money, like, I have to look at the art in a way that's like, no, this needs to make monetary sense to me. Right? I'm spending, like, every second I spend on, not doing the thing, right? So, like, I need to pay my money. So to make my money, I need to do the art as quick as possible. The quicker I can do it while still holding up to the original scheming, the better. So that's why I was saying, like, it speeds up my style is what matters the most. It's not that it works for my style, it's that it speeds up my style. And that's the biggest, like, matter for me. Speaking of matter, what's the matter, baby? Not much, how about shut up. Nothing much, sugar. Sue me, please. Take me out of, just take me out. Out the back. I'm clearly too old. Swoons, don't justify this. Yeah, this is Yawa when she falls off a cliff after stealing a tire. So I just realized, why are you blue? You shouldn't be blue. So, this spot here, isn't it? No, I have to enable you as the viewer, make you go more extreme. You got the misty face. Into the sin, coward. My poor will judge you. Yeah, fair enough. Sneaky folks behavior. I still love how it's it's this constant joke right at this point for me, where I'm just like, oh, well, if you didn't steal the tires, it's like, I will never let that go. I don't care if it's a runoff joke that's gone on for too long. It's really funny to me. And I refuse to let it pass. Okay, I swear that wasn't intentional. I swear to you that what I'm doing right now is not what just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. It was so crazy though. How did she steal them so quietly? She did a really good job of it. It did fuck me up quite a bit, I'll be honest. I was like, I'm just impressed with this. It's like, I don't want to be impressed. I'm actually wanting to be upset. Impressed me. Good lord, my brain. What have I done? What are you guys on about? Man, those are way more psycho-eyed than I think we were intending. Give me a moment, we'll get to the orange shortly. That will fix a lot of the problem, but like, why is she psycho-eyed? Guys, what have I done? Yeah, we're still not here, right? We're still safe? Yeah, we wouldn't turn up at this point. I'm safe. She'll never know. Trust the process, exactly. Which will reply immediately. Honestly, there's a half part of my brain that's just like, this is when she would, Yao would turn up and go like, oh yeah, and it's like, the end of my life has arrived. See, trust the process, guys. Showed up during the boobs thing, honestly, fair. Look, I just have to save myself from the fact that I've basically subtly commented on the fact that because she's got tiny boobs, it's a lot harder to draw her stuff sometimes. No one tell her I said that, by the way. I'm actually going to die. I already angered her enough the other day by the fact that I got Fox in infield before she did. I don't need more reasons for me to die today. Oh yeah, Bug, did you hear about that? I literally log in to infield for the first time since the Fox banner turned up. I rolled two 10 pulls, immediately got the Fox girl. I was like, yeah, well, I'm sorry. A little bit more aggressive. Ooh. There we go. See? Her eyes are only a slight pain in the ass to do. guys wanted this. I want it stressed. I don't want to do this. You guys wanted this. No one tell her! No one tell her! I swear to God, if I get a message saying, like, why is there a one in the eye, I know one of you snitched. Clip manually? No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't. Before deleted, I'll fucking do it. Don't test me. Again, welcome to details no one's gonna fucking see anyway. God damn it. Why do I keep doing this, man? I keep putting in so much fucking work on these details in the eyes, and no one's gonna fucking see them. The details you'll never know if they aren't there, yeah. How much is the secret worth to you? Don't you fucking do it. Don't test me, child. Do not test me, child. I will show you the deepest depths of misery. I'm not saying this from experience or anything, yeah. Oh, I mean, I know that I'm not done today. I'm gonna either spend the rest of today doing this, or it might be saved for the next art stream. Probably next art. I don't know. Do you guys want me to do this before next art stream, which will probably be next week, or so I can just post this later? Do you guys want to see the rest of the process? Because I am gonna have to finish up probably now. We have been going for 6.5 hours. Is there any part of the process in particular you guys would probably want to see? We're thinking about it. You've seen most of the new stuff that I've kind of done with testing and such. The Easter egg part. I mean, you've seen the Easter egg. We've got one Easter egg in here now for you fuckers that were here for stream. I hate this. I cannot stress enough how much I hate it here. What did you draw today? Among Us. Fucking goddamn. I hate it. I hate it. I really do hate it. Yeah, no, I'll think about it more. I'm probably not going to get to it today, now that I think on it more, because I think I'm going to probably have to eat food for the first time today, and have some more than just 1 cup of water for today as well. Especially now it's really fucking hot. I am sweating quite a bit. I hate summer. Eat. Shush bug. Let me be dumb, alright? I don't take care of myself. It's great. I am both like the most high functioning and least functional people you'll know. And if I find out anyone's told Yawa about that Among Us in her eye, we'll be upset. We need to convince her. We need to convince her to put this somewhere. And have it be there for a period of time. Like for a thumbnail or something. And have it be there for a period of time. And then we let her know that it was there. Like sometime after. So like a week or a month or two. Surely we can convince her for it, right? This is my, like, pettiest fucking revenge. Next anniversary, we'll let her know. No, I'm gonna see if I can convince her to use this as part of her, like, infield thumbnail. It's like, oh yeah, no, here, use this for the infield thumbnail. It'll be great. And then, like, next anniversary is like, by the way. By the way. Oh, that would be cruel. I love it. Where none of you are to speak a word of this. None of you are to speak a word of this until she's used it a few times at the minimum. Let me have this moment. I want this moment so bad. Alright. I'll finish up here though. And I'll probably get some more work done on it as soon. Tomorrow's probably gonna be starting with Dishonored. So, yay. Excited. I'm very excited to finally be able to get around to playing my fucking game again. I don't know if I'll stream the day after. I said earlier that tomorrow I'm gonna be celebrating a birthday party. I don't know what condition I'll be in when I get home. So if I'm in any condition, we'll do another Dishonored stream. If I'm not, then don't expect another stream till like Tuesday next week. Right? Because I don't like streaming on Mondays now, apparently, because I'm fucking weird. So, I might see if I can stream on Sunday if the time will permit. I don't know if it will, but we'll see. Tuesday, innit? But I'll see, because, like, I feel like streaming for Valentine's Day would be funny for you guys. So it's like, at least you're not alone. Anyway, so, with that all being the case, thank you all so much for watching. Before I forget, because I need to get in the habit of fucking doing it, I'm going to post, that's the command, I believe. That's the places to find me. I'm pretty sure I typed that right. We'll see in a minute if the command triggers. Yeah. Yeah, that's the places to find me. But other than that, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.